And Borthwick is struck on the pad, and that is very close and out, and Smith strikes in the first over. We talked about the batting conditions going to be tough, and that looked pretty adjacent.
Edged and taken. That's what you got to do on this pitch, make the batters play, and wickets will come, and they have come. This time it's Tommy Taylor. And he's off the mark. With a boundary through gully. There was no fielder there. Wow. Lovely shot from Dave Bedingham. Just punched, over pitched by Taylor, which you can understand because he's just trying to pitch it up and hoop it around. Related to ball. Lovely shot from Bedingham. It was just a fraction short, and he was able to punch it whilst also whipping it through between mid-on and mid-on.
Actually, Smith comes in. I'm just going to let the pitchers describe that. It was full, it was straight, it was whipped away.
Allison.
Bedingham does get bat on ball this time, but more off the back foot, and punches this away, and it will run away for 4 over towards Lumley Castle. And he picks up another boundary. Oh, Bedingham, there are 2 types of leave, and that is not a good one from David Bedingham, as Allison uses his natural angle back into the right-hander and has hit off stump. Oh my goodness, Ollie Robinson has absolutely laced into a square drive, pick up his first boundary.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Alex Lees. He's just lofted Matthew Way. He's got his hands to his face because he can't quite believe what's happened, rather than have a look at him. Yeah, just not quite getting his line right. Matthew Way, is that going to be leg buys or to get a bit of bat on it? No, a little bit of bat on it, so back-to-back boundaries for Lees. Oh, edged, and it's taken. Matthew Waite has the last laugh. Alex Lees, having played a couple of nice shots, a couple of boundaries.
Robinson drives this one loosely, you would say, with one hand coming off the bat, but will pick up another boundary. And Robinson again flashes and flashes hard. And a repeat of the one in the last over. He races away to the point boundary for 4. And Stokes edges, but edges wide and through the vacant gully region, and it will run away for 4.
That's just got through backward point there, Ollie Robinson. Didn't quite hit it as firmly as he might have liked, but it was timing, really. Shot. That is a glorious stroke from Ollie Robinson. No need to run for that. It's pure timing. He's not tried to overhit it.
Some wickets and experience there. Oh, that is a beauty from Smith. Comes back and beats Robinson between bat and pad and dislodges the middle stump. They're not useless.
They really aren't.
Waits in. Needs to change his name.
Oh, that'll be 50 for Ben Stokes. Sorry, I've come in and stolen your glory there, Ashford. Scrambles through for a single. 50 off 73 balls for Ben Stokes.
During that spell. Oh, no.
Little tickle. Ben Stokes stands there. I thought, my immediate reaction was there was a little noise.
Ellison nicks the outside edge of Delita's bat. And Vic, in the old terminology of bang bang, one does bring 2, and Delita's on his way with a bit of a wishy-washy drive outside off stump.
Edge gone. That's a genuine outside edge. A beautiful delivery from Matthew Waite, just angling it across the left-hander, Ben Rain. And he had to play at that one, really. Too good for him.
This one strikes Clark on the pad, and it looks straight, and it was full. And Smith picks him up. Clark playing across the line on that one. Oh.
Bowled him.
That has just clipped the off stump. It has just flicked the bail off. I thought it was a nick at first, and the bail has literally just trickled off.
Boundary to start from Roderick. Just over pitched in that new ball, which they want to keep new for as long as possible.
That one is down to Vic's favourite third man area and will race away for 4. As Potts comes in and that crashes into the pad and he's got the first one. And that follows the pattern that Worcestershire bowlers did this morning. Full, straight, challenging the batsman, and Roderick's on his way. LBW to Matthew Potts for 9. Potts comes in again. This is tucked away nicely by Ali. He's underway with a boundary down to fine leg for 4.
Outside edge. Doesn't anywhere near carry really to the big man. I think it's going to be 4. What a chase. Paul Coughlin puts in the dive. Driven nicely by Jake Libby. Finds the gap. Paul Coughlin will chase it hard. In fact, even Paul Coughlin gives up on it, and that's when you know it's going away for 4.
And this one's fallen it straight, and it's beautifully picked off by Kashif Ali. And again, that will run away for 4. Worcestershire going really nicely here, 37 for 1.
He was at Worcestershire at New Road, and I was like, who is that? I don't watch a lot of IPL cricket, and there was someone chatting to Alex Stewart in Surrey kit, and I'm thinking, who is that? Driven all the way along the ground, throws his hands at that one, Kashif Ali. That's his strong point, that's his scoring area.
And there is a better ball, and there is an edge. And Libby goes. He just makes things happen, this man. I mean, freak in the most nicest positive way that I can use it. The man is a freak. He's in for a challenge now with Ben Stokes with his tail up. And he drives. He drives nicely, and I think, well, he will comfortably get a boundary as that races away across his outfield. Vic mentioned he's really happy with the way that the outfield's running at the moment.
Oh, soft hands from Rob Jones. A shout of no from Peter Siddle, because I think he feels that there's a little stare actually at his slip fielders, because yes, it didn't carry.
Delivery from Stokes, and one that Jones cashes in on. He moves on to 14 and the score on to 66 as Potts comes in now to Taylor, and this is a beauty that catches the outside edge. Absolute peach. Not what you want first ball, and Taylor goes without scoring. And he doesn't last more than 1 ball. Potts is on a hat-trick. Allison's stumps are demolished.
Hoyt
Shot
away. And Kashif Ali has just got a little bit of backward length from Ben Rain. That's a terrible sentence from me.
It's a slow ball.
Driven. It's gone up in the air. Comes round to take the catch. It's Ben Stokes who loses his hat in the process. Slower ball hidden outside off stump.
And Lees is underway. The beautiful clip through the leg side. And Durham's second innings is underway. 4 without loss. Tricky period now for Durham. And Lees repeats the dose with a lovely clip off his legs. Smith looking to go full and straight. And the big left-hander clips it away for 4 more. And Lees edges. And that's a good catch at third slip. Brooks in there at third slip. Lees just flirting with that one outside off stump. And Worcestershire get a much-needed breakthrough.
Outside edge, but soft hands will bring a boundary as well to Graham Clark. Went wide of the man at third slip. Credit to Worcestershire still having a third slip in there.
Round the wicket to Borthwick. And this is edged, and it goes to second slip, and it's just that little bit of extra bounce that we've seen from the Lumley end. Borthwick trying to drop his hands on that one.
Yeah, so little cricket. Oh, big shout for LBW, very big shout for LBW. It's given. It was a long, slow death there for Graham Clark.
He's a catcher.
He's a catcher. Left alone. And we've seen a few catches today as well. End of the day then.
And Borthwick is struck on the pad, and that is very close and out, and Smith strikes in the first over. We talked about the batting conditions going to be tough, and that looked pretty adjacent.
Edged and taken. That's what you got to do on this pitch. Make the batters play, and wickets will come, and they have come. This time it's Tommy Taylor. And he's off the mark. With a boundary through gully. There was no fielder there. Wow. Lovely shot from Dave Bellingham. Just punched over pitch by Taylor, which you can understand because he's just trying to pitch it up and hoop it around. Related to ball. Lovely shot from Bellingham. It was just a fraction short, and he was able to punch it whilst also whipping it through between mid-on and mid-run.
Actually, Smith comes in. I'm just going to let the pitchers describe that. It was full, it was straight, it was whipped away.
Allison.
Bellingham does get bat on ball this time, but more off the back foot and punches this away, and it will run away for 4 over towards Lumley Castle. And he picks up another boundary. Oh, Bellingham, there are 2 types of leave, and that is not a good one from David Bellingham. As Allison uses his natural angle back into the right-hander and has hit off stump. Oh my goodness, Ollie Robinson has absolutely laced into a square drive, pick up his first boundary.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Alex Lees. He's just lofted Matthew Way. He's got his hands to his face because he can't quite believe what's happened. Rather than have a look at him. Yeah, just not quite getting his line right. Matthew Way, is that going to be leg buys or did he get a bit of bat on it? No, a little bit of bat on it, so back-to-back boundaries for Lees. Oh, edged, and it's taken. Matthew Waite has the last laugh. Alex Lees having played a couple of nice shots, a couple of boundaries.
Robinson drives this one loosely, you would say, with one hand coming off the bat, but will pick up another boundary. And Robinson again flashes and flashes hard. And a repeat of the one in the last over. He races away to the point boundary for 4. And Stokes edges, but edges wide and through the vacant gully region, and it will run away for 4.
That's just got through backward point there, Ollie Robinson. Didn't quite hit it as firmly as he might have liked, but it was timing, really. Shot. That is a glorious stroke from Ollie Robinson. No need to run for that. It's pure timing. He's not tried to overhit it.
Some wickets and experience there. Oh, that is a beauty from Smith. Comes back and beats Robinson between bat and pad and dislodges the middle stump. They're not useless.
They really aren't.
Waits in. Needs to change his name.
That'll be 50 for Ben Stokes. Sorry, I've come in and stolen your glory there, Ashford. Scrambles through for a single. 50 off 73 balls for Ben Stokes.
During that spell. Oh, no.
Little tickle. Ben Stokes stands there. I thought, my immediate reaction was there was a little noise.
Ellison nicks the outside edge of Delita's bat. And Vic, in the old terminology of bang bang, one does bring 2, and Delita's on his way with a bit of a wishy-washy drive outside off stump.
Edge gone. That's a genuine outside edge. A beautiful delivery from Matthew Waite, just angling it across the left-hander, Ben Rain. And he had to play it that one, really. Too good for him.
This one strikes Clark on the pad, and it looks straight, and it was full. And Smith picks him up. Clark playing across the line on that one. Oh.
Bowled him.
That has just clipped the off stump. It has just flicked the bail off. I thought it was a nick at first, and the bail has literally just trickled off.
Boundary to start from Roderick. Just over pitched in that new ball, which they want to keep new for as long as possible.
one is down to Vic's favourite third man area and will race away for 4. As Potts comes in and that crashes into the pad and he's got the first one. And that follows the pattern that Worcestershire bowlers did this morning. Full, straight, challenging the batsman, and Roderick's on his way. LBW to Matthew Potts for 9. Potts comes in again. This is tucked away nicely by Ali. He's underway with a boundary down to fine leg for 4.
Outside edge. Doesn't carry, doesn't anywhere near carry really to the big man. I think it's going to be 4. What a chase. Paul Coughlin puts in the dive. Driven nicely by Jake Libby. Finds the gap. Paul Coughlin will chase it on. In fact, even Paul Coughlin gives up on it, and that's when you know it's going away for 4.
And this one's fallen it straight, and it's beautifully picked off by Kashif Ali. And again, that will run away for 4. Worcestershire going really nicely here, 37 for 1.
He was at Worcestershire at New Road, and I was like, who is that? I don't watch a lot of IPL cricket, and there was someone chatting to Alex Stewart in Surrey kit, and I'm thinking, who is that? Driven all the way along the ground, throws his hands at that one, Kashif Ali. That's his strong point, that's his scoring area.
And there is a better ball, and there is an edge, and Libby goes. He just makes things happen, this man. I mean, freak in the most nicest positive way that I can use it. The man is a freak. He's in for a challenge now with Ben Stokes with his tail up, and he drives. He drives nicely, and I think, well, he will comfortably get a boundary as that races away across his outfield. Vic mentioned he's really happy with the way that the outfield's running at the moment.
Oh, soft hands from Rob Jones. A shout of no from Peter Siddle, because I think he feels that there's a little stare actually at his slip fielders, because yes, it didn't carry.
Delivery from Stokes, and one that Jones cashes in on. He moves on to 14, and the score on to 66. As Potts comes in now to Taylor, and this is a beauty that catches the outside edge. Absolute peach. Not what you want first ball, and Taylor goes without scoring. And he doesn't last more than 1 ball. Potts is on a hat-trick. Allison's stumps are demolished.
Hoyt
Shot
away. And Kashif Ali has just got a little bit of backward length from Ben Rain. It's a terrible sentence from me.
It's a slow ball.
Driven, it's gone up in the air, comes round to take the catch. It's Ben Stokes who loses his hat in the process. Slower ball hidden outside off stump.
And Lees is underway. The beautiful clip through the leg side. And Durham's second innings is underway, 4 without loss. Tricky period now for Durham. And Lees repeats the dose with a lovely clip off his legs. Smith looking to go full and straight. And the big left-hander clips it away for 4 more. And Lees edges. And that's a good catch at third slip. Brooks in there at third slip. Lees just flirting with that one outside off stump. And Worcestershire get a much-needed breakthrough.
Outside edge, but soft hands will bring a boundary as well to Graham Clark. Went wide of the man at third slip. Credit to Worcestershire still having a third slip in there.
In round the wicket to Borthwick. And this is edged, and it goes to second slip, and it's just that little bit of extra bounce that we've seen from the Lumley end. Borthwick trying to drop his hands on that one.
Yeah, so little cricket. Oh, big shout for LBW, very big shout for LBW. It's given. It was a long, slow death there for Graham Clark.
He's a catcher.
He's a catcher. Left alone. And we've seen a few catches today as well. End of the day then.
And Borthwick is struck on the pad, and that is very close and out, and Smith strikes in the first over. We talked about the batting conditions going to be tough, and that looked pretty adjacent.
Edged and taken. That's what you got to do on this pitch, make the batters play, and wickets will come, and they have come. This time it's Tommy Taylor. And he's off the mark. With a boundary through gully, there was no fielder there. Wow. Lovely shot from Dave Bedingham. Just punched, over pitch by Taylor, which you can understand because he's just trying to pitch it up and hoop it around. To bowl. Lovely shot from Bedingham. It was just a fraction short, and he was able to punch it whilst also whipping it through between mid-on and mid-on.
Actually, Smith comes in. I'm just going to let the pitchers describe that. It was full, it was straight, it was whipped away. With
Allison.
Bedingham does get bat on ball this time, but more off the back foot and punches this away, and it will run away for 4 over towards Lumley Castle. And he picks up another boundary. Oh, Bedingham, there are 2 types of leave, and that is not a good one from David Bedingham. As Allison uses his natural angle back into the right-hander and has hit off stump. Oh my goodness, Ollie Robinson has absolutely laced into a square drive, pick up his first boundary.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Alex Lees. He's just lofted Matthew Way. He's got his hands to his face because he can't quite believe what's happened, rather than have a look at him. Yeah, just not quite getting his line in right. Matthew Way, is that going to be leg buys or did he get a bit of bat on it? No, a little bit of bat on it, so back-to-back boundaries for Lees. Oh, edge, and it's taken. Matthew Waite has the last laugh. Alex Lees having played a couple of nice shots, a couple of boundaries.
Robinson drives this one loosely, you would say, with one hand coming off the bat, but will pick up another boundary. And Robinson again flashes and flashes hard. And a repeat of the one in the last over. Races away to the point boundary for 4. And Stokes edges wide and through the vacant gully region, and it will run away for 4.
That's just got through backward point there. Ollie Robinson didn't quite hit it as firmly as he might have liked, but it was timing really. Shot. That is a glorious stroke from Ollie Robinson. No need to run for that. It's pure timing. He's not tried to overhit it.
Some wickets and experience there. Oh, that is a beauty from Smith. Comes back and beats Robinson between bat and pad and dislodges the middle stump. They're not useless.
They really aren't.
He
Waits in.
Needs to change his name.
Oh, that'll be 50 for Ben Stokes. Sorry, I've come in and stolen your glory there, Ashford. Scrambles through for a single. 50 off 73 balls for Ben Stokes.
During that spell. Oh, no.
Little tickle. Ben Stokes stands there. I thought, my immediate reaction was there was a little noise.
Ellison nicks the outside edge of Delita's bat. And Vic, in the old terminology of bang bang, one does bring 2, and Delita's on his way with a bit of a wishy-washy drive outside off stump.
Edge gone. That's a genuine outside edge. A beautiful delivery from Matthew Waite, just angling it across the left-hander, Ben Rain. And he had to play at that one, really. Too good for him.
This one strikes Clark on the pad, and it looks straight, and it was full. And Smith picks him up. Clark playing across the line on that one. Oh.
Bowled him.
That has just clipped the off stump. It has just flicked the bail off. I thought it was a nick at first, and the bail has literally just trickled off.
Boundary to start from Roderick. Just over pitched in that new ball, which they want to keep new for as long as possible.
Well, is down to Vic's favourite third man area and will race away for 4. As Potts comes in and that crashes into the pad and he's got the first one. And that follows the pattern that Worcestershire bowlers did this morning. Full, straight, challenging the batsman, and Roderick's on his way. LBW to Matthew Potts for 9. Potts comes in again. This is tucked away nicely by Ali. He's underway with a boundary down to fine leg for 4.
Outside edge. Doesn't carry, doesn't anywhere near carry really to the big man. I think it's going to be 4. What a chase. Paul Coughlin puts in the dive. Driven nicely by Jake Libby. Finds the gap. Paul Coughlin will chase it hard. In fact, even Paul Coughlin gives up on it, and that's when you know it's going away for 4.
And this one's fallen it straight, and it's beautifully picked off by Kashif Ali. And again, that will run away for 4. Worcestershire going really nicely here, 37 for 1.
He was at Worcestershire at New Road, and I was like, who is that? I don't watch a lot of IPL cricket, and there was someone chatting to Alex Stewart in Surrey kit, and I'm thinking, who is that? Driven all the way along the ground, throws his hands at that one, Kashif Ali. That's his strong point, that's his scoring area.
And there is a better ball, and there is an edge, and Libby goes. He just makes things happen, this man. I mean, freak in the most nicest positive way that I can use it. The man is a freak. He's in for a challenge now with Ben Stokes with his tail up, and he drives. He drives nicely, and I think, well, he will comfortably get a boundary as that races away across his outfield. Vic mentioned he's really happy with the way that the outfield's running at the moment.
Oh, soft hands from Rob Jones. A shout of no from Peter Siddle, because I think he feels that there's a little stare actually at his slip fielders, because yes, it didn't carry.
Delivery from Stokes, and one that Jones cashes in on. He moves on to 14, and the score on to 66. As Potts comes in now to Taylor, and this is a beauty that catches the outside edge. Absolute peach. Not what you want first ball, and Taylor goes without scoring. And he doesn't last more than 1 ball. Potts is on a hat-trick. Allison's stumps are demolished.
Hoyt
Shot
away. Kashif Ali has just got a little bit of backward length from Ben Rain. That's a terrible sentence from me.
It's a slow ball.
Driven, it's gone up in the air, comes round to take the catch. It's Ben Stokes who loses his hat in the process. Slower ball hidden outside off stump.
And Lees is underway. The beautiful clip through the leg side. And Durham's second innings is underway, 4 without loss. Tricky period now for Durham. And Lees repeats the dose with a lovely clip off his legs. Smith looking to go full and straight. And the big left-hander clips it away for 4 more. And Lees edges. And that's a good catch at third slip. Brooks in there at third slip. Lees just flirting with that one outside off stump. And Worcestershire get a much-needed breakthrough.
Outside edge, but soft hands will bring a boundary as well to Graham Clark. Went wide of the man at third slip. Credit to Worcestershire, still having a third slip in there.
In round the wicket to Borthwick. And this is edged, and it goes to second slip, and it's just that little bit of extra bounce that we've seen from the Lumley end. Borthwick trying to drop his hands on that one.
Yeah, so little cricket. Oh, big shout for LBW, very big shout for LBW. It's given. It was a long, slow death there for Graham Clark.
He's a catcher.
He's a catcher. Left alone. And we've seen a few catches today as well. End of the day then.
And Borthwick is struck on the pad, and that is very close and out, and Smith strikes in the first over. We talked about the batting conditions going to be tough, and that looked pretty adjacent.
Edged and taken. That's what you got to do on this pitch, make the batters play, and wickets will come, and they have come. This time it's Tommy Taylor. And he's off the mark. With a boundary, through gully, there was no fielder there. Wow. Lovely shot from Dave Bellingham. Just punched, over pitched by Taylor, which you can understand because he's just trying to pitch it up and hoop it around. To bowl. Lovely shot from Bellingham. It was just a fraction short, and he was able to punch it whilst also whipping it through between mid-on and mid-on.
Actually, Smith comes in. I'm just going to let the pitchers describe that. It was full, it was straight, it was whipped away.
Allison.
Bellingham does get bat on ball this time, but more off the back foot and punches this away, and it will run away for 4 over towards Lumley Castle. And he picks up another boundary. Oh, Bellingham, there are 2 types of leave, and that is not a good one from David Bellingham. As Allison uses his natural angle back into the right-hander and has hit off stump. Oh my goodness, Ollie Robinson has absolutely laced into a square drive, pick up his first boundary.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Alex Lees. He's just lofted Matthew Way. He's got his hands to his face because he can't quite believe what's happened. Rather than have a look at him. Yeah, just not quite getting his line in right. Matthew Way, is that going to be leg buys or did he get a bit of bat on it? No, a little bit of bat on it, so back-to-back boundaries for Lees. Oh, edge, and it's taken. Matthew Waite has the last laugh. Alex Lees having played a couple of nice shots, a couple of boundaries.
Robinson drives this one loosely, you would say, with one hand coming off the bat, but will pick up another boundary. And Robinson again flashes and flashes hard. And a repeat of the one in the last over. He races away to the point boundary for 4. And Stokes edges, but edges wide and through the vacant gully region, and it will run away for 4.
That's just got through backward point there, Ollie Robinson. Didn't quite hit it as firmly as he might have liked, but it was timing, really. Shot. That is a glorious stroke from Ollie Robinson. No need to run for that. It's pure timing. He's not tried to overhit it.
Some wickets and experience there. Oh, that is a beauty from Smith. Comes back and beats Robinson between bat and pad and dislodges the middle stump. They're not useless.
They really aren't.
He
Waits in.
Needs to change his name.
Oh, that'll be 50 for Ben Stokes. Sorry, I've come in and stolen your glory there, Ashford. Scrambles through for a single. 50 off 73 balls for Ben Stokes.
During that spell. Oh, no.
Little tickle. Ben Stokes stands there. I thought, and my immediate reaction was there was a little noise.
Ellison nicks the outside edge of Delita's bat. And Vic, in the old terminology of bang bang, one does bring 2, and Delita's on his way with a bit of a wishy-washy drive outside off stump.
Edge gone. That's a genuine outside edge. A beautiful delivery from Matthew Waite, just angling it across the left-hander, Ben Rain. And he had to play at that one, really. Too good for him.
This one strikes Clark on the pad, and it looks straight, and it was full. And Smith picks him up. Clark playing across the line on that one. Oh.
Bowled him.
That has just clipped the off stump. It has just flicked the bail off. I thought it was a nick at first, and the bail has literally just trickled off.
Boundary to start from Roderick. Just over pitched in that new ball, which they want to keep new for as long as possible.
That One is down to Vic's favourite third man area and will race away for 4. As Potts comes in and that crashes into the pad and he's got the first one. And that follows the pattern that Worcestershire bowlers did this morning. Full, straight, challenging the batsman, and Roderick's on his way. LBW to Matthew Potts for 9. Potts comes in again. This is tucked away nicely by Ali. He's underway with a boundary down to fine leg for 4.
Outside edge. Doesn't anywhere near carry really to the big man. I think it's going to be 4. What a chase. Paul Coughlin puts in the dive. Driven nicely by Jake Libby. Finds the gap. Paul Coughlin will chase it hard. In fact, even Paul Coughlin gives up on it, and that's when you know it's going away for 4.
And this one's fallen it straight, and it's beautifully picked off by Kashif Ali. And again, that will run away for 4. Worcestershire going really nicely here, 37 for 1.
He was at Worcestershire at New Road, and I was like, who is that? I don't watch a lot of IPL cricket, and there was someone chatting to Alex Stewart in Surrey kit, and I'm thinking, who is that? Driven all the way along the ground, throws his hands at that one, Kashif Ali. That's his strong point, that's his scoring area.
And there is a better ball, and there is an edge, and Libby goes. He just makes things happen, this man. I mean, freak in the most nicest positive way that I can use it. The man is a freak. He's in for a challenge now with Ben Stokes with his tail up, and he drives. He drives nicely, and I think, well, he will comfortably get a boundary as that races away across his outfield. Vic mentioned he's really happy with the way that the outfield's running at the moment.
Oh, soft hands from Rob Jones. A shout of no from Peter Siddle, because I think he feels that there's a little stare actually at his slip fielders, because yes, it didn't carry.
Delivery from Stokes, and one that Jones cashes in on. He moves on to 14, and the score on to 66. As Potts comes in now to Taylor, and this is a beauty that catches the outside edge. Absolute peach. Not what you want first ball, and Taylor goes without scoring. And he doesn't last more than 1 ball. Potts is on a hat-trick. Allison's stumps are demolished.
Hoyt shot away. Kashif Ali has just got a little bit of backward length from Ben Rain. That's a terrible sentence from me.
It's a slow ball.
Driven. It's gone up in the air. Comes round to take the catch. It's Ben Stokes who loses his hat in the process. Slower ball hidden outside off stump.
And Lees is underway. The beautiful clip through the leg side. And Durham's second innings is underway. 4 without loss. Tricky period now for Durham. And Lees repeats the dose with a lovely clip off his legs. Smith looking to go full and straight. And the big left-hander clips it away for 4 more. And Lees edges. And that's a good catch at third slip. Brooks in there at third slip. Lees just flirting with that one outside off stump. And Worcestershire get a much-needed breakthrough.
Outside edge, but soft hands will bring a boundary as well to Graham Clark. Went wide of the man at third slip. Credit to Worcestershire still having a third slip in there.
In round the wicket to Borthwick. And this is edged, and it goes to second slip, and it's just that little bit of extra bounce that we've seen from the Lumley end. Borthwick trying to drop his hands on that one.
So little cricket. Oh, big shout for LBW. Very big shout for LBW. It's given. It was a long, slow death there for Graham Clark.
He's a catcher.
He's a catcher. Left alone. And we've seen a few catches today as well. End of the day then.
And Borthwick is struck on the pad, and that is very close and out, and Smith strikes in the first over. We talked about the batting conditions going to be tough, and that looked pretty adjacent.
Edged and taken. That's what you got to do on this pitch, make the batters play, and wickets will come, and they have come. This time it's Tommy Taylor. And he's off the mark. With a boundary through gully, there was no fielder there. Wow. Lovely shot from Dave Bedingham. Just punched, over pitch by Taylor, which you can understand because he's just trying to pitch it up and hoop it around. Elected to bowl. Lovely shot from Bedingham. It was just a fraction short, and he was able to punch it whilst also whipping it through between mid-on and mid-on.
Actually, Smith comes in. I'm just going to let the pitchers describe that. It was full, it was straight, it was whipped away.
Allison.
Bedingham does get bat on ball this time, but more off the back foot and punches this away, and it will run away for 4 over towards Lumley Castle. And he picks up another boundary. Oh, Bedingham, there are 2 types of leave, and that is not a good one from David Bedingham. As Allison uses his natural angle back into the right-hander and has hit off stump. Oh my goodness, Ollie Robinson has absolutely laced into a square drive, pick up his first boundary.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Alex Lees. He's just lofted Matthew Wade. He's got his hands to his face because he can't quite believe what's happened. Rather than have a look at him. Yeah, just not quite getting his line right. Matthew Wade, is that going to be leg buys or did he get a bit of bat on it? No, a little bit of bat on it, so back-to-back boundaries for Lees. All edge, and it's taken. Matthew Waite has the last laugh. Alex Lees having played a couple of nice shots, a couple of boundaries.
Robinson drives this one loosely, you would say, with one hand coming off the bat, but will pick up another boundary. And Robinson again flashes and flashes hard. And a repeat of the one in the last over. He races away to the point boundary for 4. And Stokes edges, but edges wide and through the vacant gully region, and it will run away for 4.
That's just got through backward point there, Ollie Robinson. Didn't quite hit it as firmly as he might have liked, but it was timing really. Shot. That is a glorious stroke from Ollie Robinson. No need to run for that. It's pure timing. He's not tried to overhit it.
Some wickets and experience there. Oh, that is a beauty from Smith. Comes back and beats Robinson between bat and pad and dislodges the middle stump. They're not useless.
They really aren't.
Waits in. Needs to change his name.
Oh, that'll be 50 for Ben Stokes. Sorry, I've come in and stolen your glory there, Ashford. Scrambles through for a single. 50 off 73 balls for Ben Stokes.
During that spell. Oh, no.
Little tickle. Ben Stokes stands there. I thought, my immediate reaction was there was a little noise.
Ellison nicks the outside edge of Delita's bat. And Vic, in the old terminology of bang bang, one does bring 2, and Delita's on his way with a bit of a wishy-washy drive outside off stump.
Edge gone. That's a genuine outside edge. A beautiful delivery from Matthew Waite, just angling it across the left-hander, Ben Rain. And he had to play at that one, really. Too good for him.
This one strikes Clark on the pad, and it looks straight, and it was full. And Smith picks him up. Clark playing across the line on that one. Oh.
Bowled him.
That has just clipped the off stump. It has just flicked the bail off. I thought it was a nick at first, and the bail has literally just trickled off.
Boundary to start from Roderick. Just over pitched in that new ball, which they want to keep new for as long as possible.
One is down to Vic's favourite third man area and will race away for 4. As Potts comes in and that crashes into the pad and he's got the first one. And that follows the pattern that Worcestershire bowlers did this morning. Full, straight, challenging the batsman, and Roderick's on his way. LBW to Matthew Potts for 9. Potts comes in again. This is tucked away nicely by Ali. He's underway with a boundary down to fine leg for 4.
Outside edge.
aside for day 2 of the clash between Worcestershire and Durham. We're going to have some cricket. We've had a delayed start. We are due to start in a couple of moments. As you can see, that the umpires and players are out on the ground. And we're going to have 80 overs in the day, still available. I'm not sure we'll get all that with the weather forecast, but we'll see how we go. Tea will be taken at 20 to 4. So there's 2 long sessions here today. And good morning to Sam Dulling.
Good afternoon, Ash Thorpe.
Oh, it is good afternoon. I keep thinking, yeah.
It
is afternoon.
We've been here a long time now.
We have. We have, indeed.
I'm delighted that we're going to play some cricket. I'm with you. I love the hope that they've infused into us by saying, 80 overs. So we'll finish at some point around 9 o'clock. Even later. I think a couple of the ground stuff, wouldn't you say, were saying it's even by their standards.
It was a long day.
It's the longest day they've done in county championship cricket. It was a wonderful day there, wasn't it?
Oh, so much happened. We'll just give a little recap of where we are.
We'll only have about 40 overs left by the time you've recapped.
So Durham all out for 190 in 48 and a half overs. Top scorer Ben Stokes with 56. Pick of the bowlers. Well, Smith had the best figures of 4 for 36. Pick of the bowlers for me was Ben Allison, who took 3 for 57. In reply, Worcestershire, after getting off to a good start, were bowled out for just 112, giving Durham a handy lead. Kashif Ali was the top scorer. Smith comes in and Potts drives the first ball elegantly through the covers. This will be a test for the outfield that's had a bit of rain on this morning. And Potts will come back for 3. So a nice start for Durham. Yeah, just to continue that recap, Matthew Potts, the man of the moment, picked up 4 for 29, but some good contributions from Ben Rain, Peter Siddle and Ben Stokes also in the wickets. Durham's second innings got off to a bit of a flyer, and then 3 quick wickets fell to Smith and Taylor, and we are where we are now at 36 for 3. Big day in stall. Peter Siddle at the crease with Matthew Potts. And again, we talked about the gloomy skies that we had yesterday. We started under that again today. As Smith's in and gets past the outside edge of Siddle. We talked about a little bit of extra bounce, didn't we, Sam, from that Lumley end yesterday?
Plenty of it.
Went out and had a look at the pitch this morning. There's a few little indentations, and you can definitely see where these excellent bowlers the groupings of the balls where they've landed on that pitch, and there'll be no doubt some more variation in that pitch as this match goes on. Be tough conditions to bat.
Yeah, Nathan Smith was brilliant last night, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Really charged in as he is again right now, and Siddle squared up a little bit as he tries to tuck that away on the leg side. Can't get it away.
It just got the feeling with Nathan Smith that, and Worcestershire fans won't like me saying this, but he's one of those that one of the counties pushing for silverware might not have looked at initially because he's untested over in this country, but a bit like a Dan Worrell, you know how he went to Gloucestershire and everyone went, this guy can bowl.
Where did he end up?
Yeah, somewhere in London.
No, you're absolutely right. He's doing himself no harm as Siddle gets on the front foot and pushes that one out into the covers but can't get a run. And yeah, you're absolutely right. And in this match, I guess Ben Allison's doing exactly the same thing here. He's pushing himself and giving himself the best chance of getting himself a contract at Worcestershire next year.
Yeah, Smith, I think. If you can find, it's absolute gold dust, if you can find an overseas that either just plays one international format or isn't quite there because in their position, their nation are so strong, he struck gold dust.
A very handy all-rounder. He charges in again. And again beats the outside edge of Siddle. 3 slips in waiting. All the men behind the wicket were busy yesterday. All taking catches. I'm sure we'll see more of that as this day continues.
Chatted to Ryan Campbell last night. I didn't want to keep him too long because I was conscious it was nearly 8 o'clock. But the problem was, I said, I'm not going to keep you very long. But then there were so many talking points. And one of the things we talked about was this reshuffling of the Durham order.
Mm-hmm.
So Dave Bedingham will bat, we expect.
Siddle again a little bit squared up, but survives the over as the floodlights just come on here at the Seat Unique Riverside. So 1 over down, and Durham 36 for 3. Yeah, just on that, David Bedingham.
Yeah, so
Little update.
a little bit of a tight hamstring is what Ryan Campbell said last night. I think he talked about there being a scan at some point. They're expecting him to bat in this game. I think he didn't field at all in the Worcestershire first innings. I'd be surprised if he fields in the second, and I don't think there's an issue with that because he picked up the injury during the game. So they're being cautious about that. They're conscious that he's played T20. He's got a test series coming out. I love that Ryan Campbell mentioned that in the middle of a Durham game he's got a test series and that he wants to look out for. Like, I think by recognising how important that is to one of your players, I think that goes a long way into getting people to buy into it, which they clearly have done here at Durham. Taylor to start. Tommy Taylor. Pushed to cover for no run by Potts. So yeah, Bedingham, they were switching it up and they thought, well, Graham Clark can move up to 3. So that was the plan. And then they lost that wicket because it was only 12 overs. And so he said it was basically a Nighthawk race. We've got Peter Siddle who'd already, like at school where someone asks a question, oh, can I do this? Can I do this? But someone else, the teacher goes, no, because actually someone's been to me before you've all got sat down. Siddle had been that person. He got hold of Ryan Campbell and said, I'll do it. So it's brilliant. Potts turns it square. Couple of runs, I think. Amar Verdi. I would love to see him get a bowl.
Yeah.
It's brilliant to see Amar Verdi back on a cricket pitch. Hasn't bowled yet.
I think things will have to go pretty wrong for Worcestershire for him to come into the attack, won't they?
For a while, yeah. But like you said yesterday, like Ash, I hope they've said to him, look, we need a spinner for the rest of the summer. So yeah, there's only one game now. Not going to play T20, I wouldn't have thought, but One Day Cup maybe, if not a championship. There's 5 games the back end. I'd love to see him get a run of games somewhere. I say where he feels loved. He is loved at Surrey. It's just they've got such a strong side.
Yeah.
Taylor and Smith then. This ball's only 13 overs old. They've got to get through these 2. It'll frustrate them if they can't get through these 2, and they'll want to get through these 2 before too much lacquer comes off, because then they get into the engine room. Ackerman, Robinson, Stokes, Bedingham. Not sure what, or it would normally be Ackerman, Bedingham, Robinson, Stokes, wouldn't it? Not sure what order they'll come in because of that Bedingham hamstring strain. Can he bat above 7? I don't think he can.
No, that's right. You're absolutely right. 7's the earliest he can come in, unless time dictates.
That's a lovely shot. Just sitting up in the outfield, so it's going to be a teasing chase. I think he's done really well there, actually. Pulled it back. They've come back for 3 runs. It's a big expanse out towards the Port Collingwood Pavilion there. Matthew Potts looks in quite decent touch early doors.
It's a nice strike, wasn't it? Good stride into the ball. Didn't try and overhit it. Picks himself up his second 3 of the morning. Good start from Potts. He's in good form, Potts. So a good start to the season. A career best earlier down at Warwickshire. Like I said yesterday, he's really... I got to watch him firsthand. He really worked hard on his batting over the winter. Probably something he's took his eye off over the last couple of years, was striving to be the best bowler that he can.
How these 2 would love it, wouldn't they? They would love to wander off in an hour or 2's time, walk into that dressing room and go, well, don't know what all the fuss is about, lads.
It's easy, boys.
50, 60 not out, thanks very much. The Durham boys would love that too, because that would make them be in a very strong position for Jake Libby, the man on screen, Worcestershire skipper, standing in for Brett D'Oliveira, who is here. Seen him slinging a few balls down this morning. He's just nursing this front shoulder injury long term. He's a lovely man. He's up though because they've got a T20 on Friday. He just won there. And the over? 42 for 3.
Yeah, steady start from Durham. 2 overs in. Unscathed so far. That lead now up to 120. And they'll look to continue to build that. And like you said, these 2 will look to try and frustrate the Worcestershire bowlers and fielders for as long as possible.
Who've we got going for a hit here then, Ash?
Just having a look there. Coggers, I think. Paul Coughlin.
The modern day coach. Match days are very much a working day.
Used to be feed up, didn't it?
Oh, the dream.
Smith comes in again, and Siddle tucks this away nicely off his hip down to fine leg. He'd be more than happy to sit at the non-striker's end. But yeah, they've got a good crew here at Durham. Alan Walker, just the man of many jobs. In fact, a couple of weeks ago I saw him hanging flower baskets on the outside wall of the pavilion.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a very versatile man and helps out with the memorial garden that we have here at the club as well. Very handy man, Alan Walker. Been around the club for a long time. Absolute legend of Durham cricket. Thick outside edge for Potts. And he might get a second. Yeah, that will run away for 4. A little bit short of boundary down here, down to third man. You just wonder here that Worcestershire might have to start thinking about getting the odd sweeper in the outfield, and especially having a third man in place. Maybe take out your cover and keep your slips in place, because like we've talked about yesterday as well, Worcestershire need to take wickets. They need to knock Durham over as quickly as possible, and what they don't want is free runs there. You'd much rather him play a really good cover drive to earn 4 rather than to nick one down to third man. Good areas from Smith. And that's tucked away nice in time, beautifully by Potts. He'll get at least 2, and they'll settle for 2. As Verdi's been a busy man so far this morning.
Following him, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll keep him busy and occupied.
What would have been the reaction of a coach back in your playing days, Ash, if someone who wasn't playing in the current match said, can we go and have a few in the nets? I reckon it would have been well received.
Just trying to think who might have done that for me. I'm not sure we had the amount of coaching staff that they have these days, to be honest with you. Martin Moxon was the main man, who I absolutely loved. Great fella, but he would have been busy keeping an eye on the mob out in the middle. A good leave there from Potts.
So it's like when Bumble says when he was England team manager, you basically took a tour manager and that was it. There was just one person.
Yeah, it's definitely not. You've got the likes of Jimmy Hilditch, who's the batting coach, who Australia. His dad played for Australia. Andrew, opening batter back in the day. Jimmy was part of Ryan's coaching staff with the Netherlands, so he's there. You've got Graham Onions, who's in charge of the bowling group. You've got Will Gidman there also, who's probably more prominent with the second team, and Alan Walker, who's just the ultimate utility man. He'll do a bit of bowling coach, a bit of batting coaching. That one stays a little bit low as it goes through to Roderick on the bounce. So yeah, they've got a great group of experience, group of really good men, and then you've obviously got head coach Ryan Campbell, who pulls the strings and delegates that work.
It's a lovely team. It's a lovely setup up here. I do enjoy coming up, even when it's raining. Get well fed at lunchtime as well.
It was a good feed today, wasn't it? Bit of pasta, and Potts really nicely in behind that one. Jeffrey Boycott would have been proud of the high left elbow. Nice straight bat. He's presented the full face. Played that to mid-on. Good morning, James Glynn, who's listening down in Matthew Potts's bat manufacturer, down in the factory down there in Leeds.
Is that Worcestershire dressing room?
It is
A couple
indeed.
of concerned faces.
What you'll notice,
Go on.
and I quite love this, and this is the cruel me. Can you see the little white things that are away to the left on the Durham change room? So, you've done me. They were heaters.
Nice.
Guess who doesn't have heaters?
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, I love it.
That is very good.
Love it.
Welcome to Durham.
Yeah. Do the old Wimbledon and black out the change rooms. And
Driven by Siddle. He's got free Siddle from 21. Watchful. The remit, as it always is for... I mean, we call them Nighthawks jokingly. In most, the mere mortal level of cricket.
Pre-buzzball.
It's just blocking it and not getting out.
Annoy the life out of the opposition.
Which we'll be doing right now. I know we're only, 3 and a bit overs in, but if these two bat for more than 4, 5, 6 overs, they'll get really frustrated, Worcestershire, because they're using energy. The opening bowlers are expending energy. Oh, there it is. There is the first wicket. They won't be very frustrated with that. That's an absolute beauty. Peter Siddle loses a couple of stumps. If we were 10-pin bowling, that would be a bit of a split. It was wonderful from Tommy Taylor, Peter Siddle, who'd been watchful for his 23 deliveries. He loses a couple of stumps and has to wander off. Durham, 4 down for 49.
Yeah, Taylor will be back to pick up the spare. That one gets right between bat and pad.
That's it, the spare.
Right between bat and pad. Siddle trying to drive it and then just indicates to Potts, yeah, that swung in a little bit. And Potts is probably thinking, yeah, I think you're right. Absolutely. But Siddle goes. Did his job. Survived last night. Seen off the first couple of overs this morning. And he goes 48 for 4 now. Durham with a lead of 127. Going to see, I think it's Colin Ackerman striding out to the middle.
So we may well just see 3, 4, 5 and 6 actually bat at 6, 7, 8, 9, which could mean Ben Stokes comes in at 9 for Durham.
That's where he deserves to bat, really.
It's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, imagine
about
that.
right.
Imagine having the team 7 down and Ben Stokes comes in.
That's the issue.
So cruel.
But that's why they needed that wicket. They need a couple of wickets because you want the ball as new as possible to bowl at Ackerman and Bedingham, Stokes and Robinson, who could take the. I mean, well, we're expecting rain within the next hour, aren't we? Sadly, and that doesn't always happen. The forecasts are known to be very wrong.
It's a funny ground this for rain as well. It tends to run down the river and miss, even though the river's literally 20 metres away from the ground. It does a funny thing to the rain here. And on the odd occasion, it'll hit us, and then it'll come back down the river and hit us again. So it's absolutely bizarre. It's actually one of the drier grounds in the country.
Ackerman driving. Basically, what you're saying is stick your hand out.
Yeah, look up.
If you can look up, if you can feel a bit of rain, it's raining.
I've got the best rain detector.
Oh, yeah. Ackerman made just 1 in the first innings. He nicked this very bowler, Tommy Taylor, behind to Gareth Roderick. It was a good low catch, actually, to Roderick's right. That was in the 4th over of yesterday morning. Game's moved on apace since then. 24 wickets of the 40 potentially to fall have already gone. That's a beauty. That's the kind of delivery he got a little tickle on yesterday.
There's a nervous swivel of the head there, which made me think he might have nicked that one as well. But Ackerman, averaging just over 30 this year, want to improve on that.
Yes, he's a better player than that.
Oh, absolutely. Again, had the pleasure of watching him hit some cricket balls in the winter, and he hits it as hard as anybody.
First time I saw him bat was at Merchant Taylor School a couple of years ago. That's a lovely drive. That's a good example. Jake Libby will chase it, and it's going to run away from him. Teases him for a little bit, Libby. The only way he was going to stop that was cut it off at source. Not able to. Ackerman into his work. Picks up 4, Durham pass, 50. I saw him at Merchant Taylor School. I remember it, actually, because it was the day after England lost the Euros final. Because I'd been there, and I was starting to feel a little bit ropey watching Colin Ackerman. And yes, it turned out I was in bed for the next week with COVID, because everybody went to Wembley, picked it up. But Ackerman batted beautifully. He made 100, and you just thought, like, I'd seen him get scores, and I'd watched him for Leicestershire a little bit via scorecards, but he's a player. Drop and run.
Yeah, I like that. Be busy between the... I mean, he got a long half volley that he put away beautifully the ball before. And that will please Ryan Campbell as a coach as well. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. It doesn't have to be all boundaries. Get those ones. That's good work from Ackerman. He moves quickly on to 5. Off just the 4 balls. Durham's lead. Now up to 132. So that's the number really that Worcestershire will keep looking at. They won't be looking at the 54 for 4 on the scoreboard. They were, when you're knocked over for 112, you don't want that to get many more than where it is now.
Is there a number that makes them favourites?
No. I don't think so. I think Durham, wherever they are now, are favourites. I think Durham would back themselves. I don't think this pitch is going to all of a sudden turn into a featherbed. I think there's always going to be that ball. It is definitely lighter in colour than it was yesterday. Smith comes in again, and Ackerman this time finds a gap at third man. And Ali, yesterday he was down, he was up, he was sliding. Couple of little knocks and maybe a little tweak in the calf, and he wasn't down and up that time. And Ackerman's able to get back for 2.
Yeah, he just thought about the slide there,
did.
didn't he? And he went, well, and I can't quite work out if it was because the ball had just run away from him, or he went, oh yeah,
That's
I can't
physical.
do that.
100% physical. Might be he's a bit stiff as well on a cold morning here at the Unique Riverside. But he certainly wasn't getting down and dirty with that one. Another important 2 runs.
Good news for whoever washes his whites, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did see him this morning over there. I had a quick chat with Jake Libby, who's a lovely, lovely human. And Keshi Valley was on the old resistance band trying to do some work with it. It looked like hard work, actually. You always think, oh, they're really easy. It's just a little band, and you just stood there moving your leg fractionally. But it isn't easy. But he was working on it. And it's interesting because I'm sure he was a very fit man, but becoming a professional athlete suddenly, like, it's another level, isn't it?
Absolutely. And another good run. Nice bit of timing that actually from Ackerman. And a tumbling stop from Verdi, who's kept very busy so far this morning in the field. Yeah, I mean, there's fitness and then there's doing that every day.
And when you're trialling, like, it's a busy life. He was working in warehouses, and so he's working full time trialing. He was saying he was batting knackered. He'd wake up, a couple of hours sleep, and bat absolutely knackered.
Yeah. With the travel as well, depending on where he was doing that trialing.
And teams are really looking at his batting. They're sort of looking at his fitness, but it's about the runs he's scoring. And then you come in, you go, well, I've got to be as fit as everyone else here.
Potts driving that beautifully. Can't beat me it off. But dare I say it, he looks in really good touch so far this morning. 57 for 4. That lead 135 now. I think if this pair can get that lead to 150, then the shoulders might just start to go a little bit on the Worcestershire fielders. Even though, I mean, the lead is 150, but when you look at the circumstances of the game and the actual conditions, gloomy under lights, it's a great time to bowl. Potts defends now. Out into the offside.
It's a lovely time to bowl, but it must feel like a slightly thankless task for these Worcestershire bowlers, because you're going to charge in, right? They've been brilliant, right? 57 for 4. They could bowl Durham out for 100 odd and still be 200 behind and be thinking, there's not much more we could have done, but we're in a bit of bother here. Because I think 180 is a really tough chase.
And that's literally 45 runs away. As Potts punches that beautifully again off the back foot. He'd probably be disappointed he hasn't found a gap. But he looks in good shape this morning. Could we start to call him an all-rounder? Scary.
Why not?
I'll touch wood, because I've been known Ashton Turner to kill his little momentum with Durham a couple of times so far this year. So I don't want to do that to Matthew. But he has started the morning really well.
Speaking of starting the morning well, James Vince got 211.
That is a good start to the morning.
I don't know if he got them all this morning.
That's a good effort.
I've just seen that he's got 211. Extremely attractive runs. He's quite good, James Vince.
He's a lovely player to watch.
Taylor. And the Finkel end. Soft hands. Great bit of work by Ethan Brooks at third slip as well. Ackerman was in complete control of that. He knew what he was doing. Brooks got down. He's a little man, so it's not as far to go, but it was still brilliant.
That was a good bit of fielding. Important. Every run is absolutely crucial. If you want to get in touch with us this morning and have a chat or throw an opinion our way, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, or you can follow us on X, formerly known as Twitter, Sam J. Dalling and Ashthorpe25.
Well bowled, Tommy Taylor. Well bowled. Sounds like they aren't going to play at all at Southport today. Rain's pretty heavy, which is a shame. Good day's cricket they had yesterday. Keaton Jennings, formerly of this parish, 183 unbeaten.
Scored some runs this year, that man.
Scored some runs for a couple of years, hasn't he? Did he go to India? Or they didn't? No, they didn't take him, did they? In the end?
I don't think so. Well, he definitely didn't play.
No, he should have. I mean, he's so good against spin. He has a wonderful record, just generally. Oh, that one just hit the splice of Ackerman's bat. He was on that front foot pretty early. Yeah, 850 runs this season. So he's got to be up there he's in the Beddingham Robinson
Absolutely.
Run scoring stakes. Yeah, it's unreal. Keaton Jennings' career.
5 centuries so far this year for David Bedingham in the championship.
4 on the spin. Yeah. He's having, I mean, Jennings is now averaging 50 for length. Similar to Jake Libby in terms of numbers. Pushing it out towards cover there. Colin Ackerman. No run. Good to have 700 or 800 of you on the live stream as well, watching in. We'll keep an eye on those comments.
Absolutely. Got a little message here from James Glynn, who was talking about earlier, who
Yes.
makes the odd bat for Matthew Potts. He says, what are your thoughts on Anderson retiring because he's not going to make next year's Ashes? However, picking a 35-year-old Chris Wokes, whose record is pretty poor in Australia, if they're looking just ahead to the Ashes.
I did see someone else. I'd seen that mentioned on social media. Anderson has been retired, right? He's been put with respect. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. They sat him down and said,
Well, you don't
"Thanks
see
very
that
much."
future yet.
Yeah. And yeah, he's not going to make the Ashes. I'd like to think. I know we all obsessed with it, but I'd like to think they're thinking actually, it's not just about the Ashes. Do we see him playing a part? And he didn't have a great Ashes winter. Ashes summer last year. And Chris Wokes, I mean, if you go on, he's 5 or 6 years younger than him, and he was brilliant last summer, so he's at his peak. You've got Broad and Anderson retiring. I don't think, it's a maiden, by the way, for Taylor. I don't think Wokes would go on that Ashes tour anyway.
It's an interesting one, because I think if you're literally looking at picking your best team for this current series in England, then Chris Wokes would be in that every day of the week.
So, yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, I think you don't need to look too far ahead.
No.
I think if you've got maybe a bowler that you're thinking of rotating in, as Smith comes in, Potts pushes this on the leg side. So they're looking at some of the big quicks, aren't they? Is it Pennington that's been picked in this squad? So they're going to have a look at him. They're going to have Potts. They know what Tongue can do.
Stone won't be far away.
Stone, they've got obviously Stokes is back bowling fit as well. So they've definitely got lots of options. I'd like to see them actually, if they're looking ahead to the Ashes, is maybe even having a look at Josh Hull, getting him in and having a look at what he can do. So there's plenty of options for England, but yeah, for me, Chris Wokes in England, I think he picks himself. That's a good bouncer from Smith, and Potts in good form just sways inside that one and allows that one through to Roderick.
Yeah, I agree. Get too fixated on 18 months ahead.
It's a long way, isn't it? Like a lot can happen.
They've gone Anderson, or it's not even 18 months actually, is it? But still, they've said to Anderson, we think now is probably the time for you to step away based on now. We wouldn't necessarily pick you as much as you'd like.
Yeah, and they're probably having to manage him over the last couple of years more than what they would have wanted.
He's only played, he's not bowled, I know Wokes has only just played another game, but he's played 2 on the spin. Anderson is just playing 1 game. He hasn't bowled yet this summer, right? He's not played any cricket.
Smith in. Potts allows that one through.
And Wokes bats. Like Wokes is
very well.
number 8. So
very, very well.
I love Chris Wokes.
Do you know what it is? I'm a huge fan of him in English conditions. I think he's probably, as an opposition player, he's one man who you don't want to come up against because, like you say, he's more than useful with the bat, but he's so skillful in England conditions with the ball.
There's a day-night test. Do you take him? Do you fly him out for a day-night test?
Just to play the one. Potts whips this one gloriously through wide mid-on. And we'll pick up a boundary. I'm not sure if there's a bit of rain in the air again now. Just having a look out there. But that's a glorious shot from Matthew Potts. Brings up another boundary. But yeah, I mean, it's a great topic of discussion. That, I mean, we talked yesterday around the wicket-keeping situation. Obviously, we're up here very biased on what we think of Ollie Robinson and proud to have him as a Durham player. And, well, luckily for us, we're going to have him for a Durham player for a little bit longer because he hasn't been selected. But I think in the future he will get a crack at some stage.
There's depth. There's Cox. There's Rue if they go more traditional.
Look at I was going to say Cox is 2 lads who've left Kent. Ironically, have jumped miles ahead of Sam Billings.
Don't let any Kent fans see it. They'll be spewing.
Yeah, and rightly so. Right, so I know how highly thought of they both were down there. And Cox has definitely hit the ground running at Essex, as has Ollie Robinson up here.
The thing about Cox, it's brilliant work from Essex because they've lost Dan Lawrence and Sir Alistair Cook and not noticed it really.
Yeah, they're still
in Elgar and Cox.
Yep, replaced them well. Oh, that's a beauty, and that is the strength of Smith. He's got the ball to come back in on a number of occasions, and he's disturbed middle and knocked leg out of the ground. So this game again is moving forward at rapid pace. Durham 61 now for 5. That lead is 139.
It's a
with
race.
just the 5 wickets in hand, and it is raining out there.
It's a race, isn't it? What's going to get us first, the rain or the lack of wickets?
I think the rain might win here.
I'm enjoying the way the stumps are in this pitch. We're seeing a lot of stumps flying.
Yeah,
I
they're
really
loose.
love that.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe Vic saw that little bail move off stump yesterday and went, right, I'm going to loosen these up a bit.
Let them fly.
Siddle really enjoyed his yesterday, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he was pointing at it, wasn't he, in his little celebration. But yeah, there's definitely rain in the air out there. I'm not sure this is massively going to suit Worcestershire either. If that ball gets a little bit wet, they'll want to keep that nice and dry.
We've got a runner coming out.
Yeah, we've got Beddingham and Borthwick wandering out to the crease.
What a man the skipper is.
Yeah, I'll do it for you, boys. To be fair, the lads in the change room are probably happy because he's a busy man, Scott Borthwick, not a good sitter and watcher of cricket, as I've seen in the T20 games. I'm not much better, to be fair.
Is he all action up here? Is he?
Yeah, he's
jumping around.
Breathes every moment of it. Yeah, lives it, breathes it.
And in fairness, if you look at the batters that they've got that could do the running, you're not going to go. At least he's a big man. He's a second row forward, isn't he? So Graham Clark could probably run. You're not going to ask Potts and Siddle to do it. So Borthwick's the only candidate.
Yeah, the perfect man for the job. What a job that is, just a bat. Yeah, you do my running for me, boys. Thank you very much. Be interesting to see the way that Beddingham goes about his work here. If you just maybe tease off a little bit, if he's restricted in his movements with that hamstring strain that he has. Let's talk about, as you say, him going for a scan this morning.
Tommy Taylor into Ackerman, who's leaving that one alone. That said, I mean, Scott Borthwick may not have an awful lot of running to do because Dave Beddingham has got 909 runs. Sam Blacklock is delivering the ice creams. It's not a day for ice creams.
And we're going off for rain. Look at the irony of that. I absolutely love it. That's called timing, that, Sam. We are going off for rain here as it is getting heavier.
Oh, dear.
And unfortunately, it is probably just a little bit ahead of schedule, the rain. 61 for 5, Durham, leading by 139. 5 wickets still in hand as Vic and his ground crew come hunched over, despondent, knowing that they've got to put these covers all on again and then hopefully at some stage take them all off so we can get some more play. But the tractor is about to come on, and we're going to leave you right there with the rain falling here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Durham lead by 139 with 5 wickets in hand, and we'll see you when play resumes. Well, welcome back to the Seat Unique Riverside. We have some more play for you this afternoon. It's been a gloomy and a wet day here, but luckily the covers are off and we're about to get underway. Durham resuming their second innings on 61 for 5. A tight run there to get us underway with Ackerman and Beddingham at the crease. Beddingham has a runner. So Beddingham struggling a little bit with a hamstring injury, which puts him in doubt for Friday night's T20 clash against Worcestershire here at the Seat Unique Riverside, which should be an absolute belter of a game. But Durham currently concentrating on this game here are 140 runs ahead with 5 wickets remaining, and they'll look to try and build on that lead in the gloom here this afternoon. But we do have 28 overs left in the day's play as Beddingham is on strike now. And he defends the first ball of his innings out to mid-off for no run. So it's been an eventful day so far. There's only been a few overs in the day, but it's seen 2 wickets. Both night watchmen, Potts and Peter Siddle, both bowled. And Durham losing those 2 early wickets before the rain came. And Sam and I disappeared to do various other bits of work while the rain fell. But welcome back, Sam.
I'm sorry I'm late. It
That's
started
okay.
early.
It kind of just snuck up on us a little bit. Beddingham drives. Kashif Ali at point does the fielding. It's gloomy again. I'm not sure. There is 28 overs scheduled, Sam, but I'm not sure we're going to get all of those 28 overs in.
No. But I'm glad a little bit of common sense because they started early. They were all out there. They said they're such sticklers for time. They said 16:45. Everyone's out there. Why not just crack on?
Absolutely right. If you want to get in touch with us or you have any questions, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk via email. This Taylor's in again and Beddingham drives nicely. Doesn't like that hamstring injury is humping his movement on the front foot. Let's see what happens maybe if he gets one a little bit shorter. If you want to contact us on X, or formerly known as Twitter, you've got Sam J. Dalling and Ashthorpe25. And plus all your comments on the YouTube stream as well.
Oh, everywhere. Fair play to people. Fair play to those who are still in this cricket ground, a lovely cricket ground. It's a tough day for spectators, this one. They're being rewarded, hopefully.
Beddingham punches nicely off the back foot. Big Ben Allison gets down and one-handed stops that one, and that ends the over. 62 for 5, leading by 140 Durham. Here on the afternoon, day 2. The game has moved forward, but we've lost most of today's play so far to the weather. We had a delayed start and then another stoppage.
And even then, you'd still say the game's in a pretty advanced position.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
It's an interesting little period, this, isn't it? I wonder what Durham's approach will be. We'll find out. But I wonder how they will go about this. Nathan Smith, ball in hand. From the lovely end, Colin Ackerman on strike. He's got just 9. They were out there playing a little bit of football, the Durham lads, as they do. They can't start a session without a bit of football. Ackerman was in his whites. He knew he was ready to go. The other lads a bit more casual. I think a few of them were downstairs relaxing on some bean bags.
Yeah, there's been a bit of chill time. It is a tough time. I guess the important thing is just to switch off.
Bowlers are having a great old time. Siddle and Matt Potts must be having a great day. Job done. Oh, that has bounced and moved. And actually, Gareth Roderick has done really well to get a fingertip on that and save himself 4 byes. That moved, I want to say, viciously, prodigiously. Both of those would apply. I'm not sure how vicious swing can be, but that did a bit, is basically what I'm trying to say.
It did do a bit, yeah. And Smith has got that ball to angle back into the right-hander. We've seen that cannon into the stumps on a few occasions so far.
He's impressive, isn't he?
I think he's a really nice cricketer. He's a good cricketer. I think he's a bargain cricketer. He's a value for money, and Worcestershire are lucky to have him.
It's good carry through to Roderick. It's good pace. He's quite a short bowler, so I know the obvious thing is the short guys are always skiddy, and the tall guys bowl a heavy ball. That's just the standard. If we're playing cliches again,
we've done that. We've done that nicely.
But I don't know what you think, because I'm not a particularly technical expert, and maybe Will Goodman, who we're having on, might be able to offer some insight as well. But the hand goes really low. The ball, when he lock and loads, almost Brett Lee style. Yep. The hand's almost down by his knees.
Yeah, he has got a long load, hasn't he? I think he's been really impressive. I think he's extracted some bounce actually out of this pitch.
Just there, it just dips. And Ackerman turns it to Amar Verdi, who's playing cricket again but not bowling. And I can't see him being used in these 28 overs.
No, bless him. Bless him. He's had a great couple of days in the field. Didn't get to do much with bat in hand either. So if anybody was planning on coming to the members forum tonight, it's been postponed because we don't know when this day's play is actually going to end. So it's been postponed, and we're looking at having that before the first 50 over game of the season. There's a bit of a preview and a bit of a bookend to this part of the season.
I was planning on coming as well. I was going to sneak in. I'm not a member, but
mate, you'd be more than welcome.
I like the quiz. Maybe we should find a way of getting the quiz out there. Maybe you should record it and we could put it out there for the next rain today. That'd be great. I wonder if we can do that.
I'll speak to the guru. The questions are there. They're all ready.
Get the VHS. Stevie, get your VHS fired up, Stevie.
I wonder what happened. I haven't asked him actually what he did with the match yesterday.
He had a great time. He didn't hear. Come back to it. Driven by Ackerman. That's a lovely shot. I think... Well, I was thinking it was going to bring him forward, but it's just slowing up. And Jake Libby is quick. Very good from Libby. Just gets free. Dave Bedingham out of breath at square leg as he watches Scott Borthwick does the running for him.
Get the cigar out at square leg, isn't it? Let Borthwick do all the running for you. Absolutely perfect.
So Stevie, for the listeners who weren't, listening yesterday and watching, he was doing his very best. He'd set his cassette tape up his VHS tape up in the morning. He was going to go old school and record the England game because it was at 5 o'clock and we were still playing. We were playing until about 8:30, 9 o'clock. And so we had to have a geo block, but not quite a geo block, a game block on the England game, which we did. And we did it really successfully. And even when he came in, Ash and I covered the screen that we weren't watching because we were commentating.
Absolutely. Professional as we are.
And then when England scored their second goal, and apologies to those of you who still don't know the result, it was announced around the ground.
Smith continues from the Finkel end. Ackerman on strike, nice and tall in defence.
And we said to him, we assumed in here, Ash, you should never assume, but we thought, he's going to have heard, so we can talk about the game a little bit. And so I saw him this morning and said, it was a bit of a blow you got all that way. He said, no, I didn't hear it. He had earphones in. He wasn't listening to us, so he's not listening to us now. So he sat home.
He better be listening to us.
And watched it in its entirety. Although he said after 2-1 he did sort of fast forward extra time. But fair play for sitting through that.
Straight to fast forward to 89 minutes. Smith in again. This is defended. Yes, he is listening. We've confirmed it. He's down from the roof. He's just next door in the production room.
I think he was on camera, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was upstairs. And the big thing is, there was a screen somewhere that we might have had access to watch little parts of the game, although the cricket was much more interesting. And there was a huge roar that went up from the crowd that were in here before I was expecting the final whistle to blow in England actually to be knocked out of the tournament. So we knew that they'd equalised very late. Speaking of late, Ackerman plays that nice and late as he pushes that away into the offside. So how he's avoided that, I don't know, because that was an almighty cheer from the crowd that remained. And it didn't help when Graham Maddison had it up on the big electronic scoreboard as well, had the game on for him. And we are about to be joined by one of my favourite human beings.
Ooh.
He's bought his own coffee, as I noticed. Taylor comes in, it's nicely tucked away off his hip by Ackerman out to deep square.
He always seems to have a coffee in hand. He was wandering around the outfield with a couple yesterday, and Kadir Ali tried to nick one off him.
Yeah, he did the Worcester lads yesterday, didn't he? Welcome, Will Goodman.
Hello.
How are you, mate?
I'm all right. Were you expecting me?
I was expecting
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I've been waiting for this moment
You got
for
the
a
word.
long time.
I'm not, well, hold on. Yeah, you're right. I've bought a coffee, but how am I going to drink it with this?
You can move it, mate.
Does it move?
It
I'm not
does.
going to break it.
It does. Absolutely.
Hello, everybody.
Bellingham flicks this one away. He's got the dream, David Bellingham, at the moment. Apart from a little bit of a sore hamstring, he's got somebody to do all the running for him. He can just stand there and belt it if he can.
He's played it well, hasn't he? He's read the script.
Absolutely. So, Giddo, welcome.
Cheers. Thanks for having me.
First stint.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's going well, isn't it? This?
Well, I think so.
Going really
We're probably asking the wrong people. We think it's going brilliant.
Well, how do you know how many people are listening? Can you tell how many people are listening?
Sam might have
Can I have a look?
He can. He'll get it. He's got it on YouTube. I've got it by NV Play at the moment. Just trying to get the best of all world. And Bellingham
What a
beautifully stands up and punches off the back foot. Much to the pleasure of Will Gidman here with us in the commentary box. Glorious shot to end the over. And that gets Bellingham actually off the mark with a lovely back foot punch through cover point for 4. And another 4 important runs here. As Durham move on to 72 for 5. That brings up the lead of 150.
Yeah, it just releases a bit of pressure, that shot, doesn't it? And that's where he's just so good, in difficult circumstances. Obviously, very early days in his innings here, but he just has the ability to play those types of shots that on tricky wickets, when you're under pressure, it's just so lovely for the other players to see that, and it just releases so much pressure. He'll get out next ball now. I've said that, but
he's so calm though, isn't he? That must be so good for the other batters to be able to see that.
It's easy to be that calm when you're that good.
Yeah,
because he really is such a good player. He's one of the best batters in the world at the minute,
Oh, I'm with you, mate. I'm sold. You don't have to sell him to me at all. I'm a huge fan.
But I really hope that people at home watching just know how lucky we all are to be watching this bloke bat at the minute. And again, I'm absolutely setting him up to nick off this ball, but I don't care. Even if he does, we are still watching one of the best batters in the world right now, and it's a real privilege to have him and to watch him day in, day out go about his business.
I'll tell you how good he is going at the moment, William. He is averaging over 80 at the moment in county championship cricket, and he has...
Well, he did nick one, but it's gone wide of third slip. And bring him another boundary.
He has another 4 to his total, which is now racked up to 896 championship runs for the season. So that's how well he's going, and that's just ruined my quiz.
But also, what about the strike rate? Have you got a strike rate on there as well?
What do you reckon his strike rate is, Giddo?
I reckon it'll be close to 90,
I reckon
somewhere between 80 and 90.
I reckon it's about 75.
What do you mean you reckon? You're looking right at it.
I've got the stats right here.
You can't do that. It's because people can't see you.
No cameras in here, mate. He's going at 75, which is good going.
That's rubbish. Should be above 80.
There is a player that is higher than that.
Ollie Robinson.
Absolutely right. He's also averaging more. Bellingham tries to repeat the dose down to third man, but they have a gully in place now. So, what's keeping you busy these days with these boys, mate?
Well, second team cricket, mate. It's brilliant. It is keeping me busy for all the wrong reasons, because we keep getting rained off. So it's constantly having to rearrange practices and trying to find the lads more cricket because they're just not getting anywhere near enough. But bless them, they're working hard. It's frustrating for them. We can't get any rhythm, no momentum, no consistency. It's really hard when the weather's been how it is for these guys, because they don't play as much cricket as we would like. I'd lost that.
I thought he got a load more than that.
Yeah.
We both looked straight down to fine leg as he's hit that, and it's trickled down to fine leg for another run to Bellingham.
But the boys are working really hard. They're training well. Indoors, outdoors, all we're all over. Like for today, for example, the guys we were due an outdoor practice after the play started here. Obviously, started raining, so we're indoors. So it's just battling that constant frustration of the weather and that lack of momentum, that lack of rhythm that everybody needs as a cricketer.
Nicely defended there again by Ackerman. Smith's had that knack, just getting the ball to angle back in at the right hander, and I'm sure that all the Durham batters are really conscious of that at the moment. He's disturbed the furniture a couple of times in in this innings.
He's been a good signing for Worcestershire.
We've
really,
just been saying what a good
sort of
player he
acute
is.
signing. You know, some good research done by them, because obviously he wouldn't have been on a huge amount of people's radar. So they've obviously done their due diligence on him, and he's been an excellent signing for them.
Sam's a big fan, aren't you, mate?
Oh yeah, I love him. It's just a little bit of extra pace. He's one of those, as you say, we were talking about it, thinking it's a bit of a shame for Worcestershire, but a bit like when Dan Worrell came over and played for Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
And teams were like, well, we don't know that much about him, so we'll just see how he goes, and then someone may swoop over the window.
Here's one for you.
Go on.
I reckon even better than Dan Worrell. It's a good one.
Do you?
But I'll top it.
Go on.
Kane Williamson. I went my first year at Gloucester,
yes.
2000 and... When did I play here? When did I go to Gloucester? 2010.
I was going to say you were here
We
before.
got Kane Williamson in. Again, it's a classic sort of. John Bracewell was the head coach at the time, and he obviously had a lot of insight into this player. He knew he was going to be a good player, and we got him over for a year. I think, to be fair, I actually think we got him for 2 years before everybody switched on to who they were dealing with here in Yorkshire, pinched him. But it's another classic case. There's a number of them, isn't there, where you know some smaller counties, with respect, do their due diligence. They get these, and then obviously, but that's it's all part and parcel, isn't it, of the county game, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, I do remember Williamson coming over a couple of stints. I grew up in Somerset, so I remember those years.
We played against the Yorkshire. They had a couple of years in the second division. And I remember Andrew Gale, who was the captain at the time, he said, "We got to get this bloke next year," and they did.
Yes, he did all right, Williamson, as well in his career. Still is.
I had a really interesting stat on you, actually, Giddo. Of the.
I thought we were here to talk about second team cricket.
Let's talk about you for a moment. What a good player that you were, and I know you're a modest man, and you'll hate me talking about this, but the old 1,000 runs, 50 wickets in a season. Absolutely outstanding. I think you were the last player to do that, actually.
Yeah, I got really lucky, actually, Thorpe, in that year. I mean, and I remember it pretty clearly. Obviously, it was obviously a special year. Dry as a bone. We weren't rained off at all.
That's close. That's close.
Oh wow.
Tommy Taylor was celeb appealing there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he just gets the ball to tail in, doesn't he, Taylor? And that maybe have done too much, but I think all three of us were very, very interested in that appeal.
Well, the celeb appeal, is that what you call it?
Yeah,
he's
down with the kids now, mate.
That did me, to be fair. I just thought that was out. But actually, I reckon if you watch that back, that's quite a big in-swinger.
I'll tell you what.
I got away with one.
I've seen worse.
Yeah.
I've seen worse.
Where was I? Yeah. So I got lucky. Really dry. Didn't lose one whole day to rain, and we lost the odd session here or there. But it was dry weather. Bristol back then did a bit as well. Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah. Good times.
Sam's giving that
It's
out
close.
every day of the week. Yeah.
As he said, it's hitting him outside off, maybe.
I don't know. I thought that looked pretty good to me.
Well, it's not our decision.
I just wonder if the Graham Clark dismissal in the first innings might just, because I felt like that might have just been sliding down.
Agree.
And I just wonder if that might have played on his mind a little bit there.
Agree. I think it was very close, and it was a tough decision, but if I was bowling, I would have been very, very upset with that. So maybe Durham have got away with one there, but Beddingham still at the crease. And looking to increase this lead. Beddingham this time a little bit more circumspect even. Just pushes that one to mid-off for no run. Lead building nicely here now. It's at 156. Where do you think the lads will be happy with the lead here, Giddo?
Well, they're a very confident bunch, especially this bowling group at the minute. They've really picked up a little bit of form now after I want to say slow start, but
It was a tough start, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't want that to sound negative.
No,
It was for a number of different reasons, injuries and wickets and stuff like that. It was a bit of a slow start.
Kookaburra ball you can throw in
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. So, but they're picking up a lot of confidence now. Potsy's starting to bowl beautifully well now. So they'll be confident of defending anything around 200. But obviously, we will be looking. We will be hoping to make sure that leads well above that. but the confidence levels of these players at the moment, they'll be happy with anything above 200, above 200.
Were you pretty happy with 190? What was the thoughts? I know there's the cliche, I've already said that twice, but what did you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I had a busy day yesterday. The feedback from some of the lads was 180 is a half decent score.
Okay.
But I think if we're being critical on ourselves, we got ourselves into positions where we could have got 200.
3 good partnerships
at least. Key moments in the game, really. If you look back at Ollie Robinson's dismissal, albeit it was a very good ball just before lunch there, if he can just get through to lunch, and look, it's. But you know, as I said, the guys came off and were still very positive about the score they got. But if they'll be honest with themselves, they'll know that they got themselves in a couple of positions where we perhaps could have got a little bit more than 200. But the guys did a brilliant job. Stokes, he batted brilliantly. I mean, it's a sort of wicket where you think you almost double the score you got. So if Stokes' 50 for me looks like a massive score, in the context of the game. Similar with Ollie Robb there, that 30 for me, that's you double that. That's worth a 50 or 60.
It was the pace that it went at as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, the wickets were falling, but that just transferred that pressure back onto the bowling unit. And there were sweepers out actually at that stage where I think Worcestershire were nervous about how quickly that partnership was going.
Well, that's the beauty of some of our batters at the moment, is they don't just bat. They go a good lick.
Bustling Smith in again. Good commitment in his footwork there from Ackerman. Didn't time it perfectly, but he was committed to the stroke. Could stride forward. Yeah, you just talk about that bowling unit, and Potts obviously did have a really slow start. But you throw in Ben Stokes and Peter Siddle into that attack, along with the experienced Ben Rain, and that is a real serious bowling attack, isn't it? To the point where, on this surface, you've got Buster Leader has played rather than the extra spinner as well. So. Callum Parkinson now is our leading wicket taker for the season and has been left out.
Which is looking like a really smart piece of decision making, really, when you look at it. Yeah,
and you look at poor Amir Verdi, who's made his debut for Worcestershire all the way up from a loan with Surrey, and he's probably not going to get a bowl in the game if things go probably according to plan for Worcestershire.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's down to just actual numbers for them at the moment. They are struggling with injuries, etc.
Yeah, of course. They need a little bit of depth, don't they? I mean, I don't think anyone quite saw the scoreboard as it is at the start of yesterday. Look, it doesn't take a genius to know the pitch is pretty green, but I don't think anyone would have thought it was a 180, 120 wicket, first innings wicket. So I
thought it was a perfect storm, really, with the green pitch combined with the overheads, and then the lights were on at one stage, and it was just a perfect storm for a bowler.
I mean, absolutely, you take the pitch away from it, it's unbelievably perfect bowling conditions.
Yeah, I spoke to Jimmy Hilditch before the game yesterday. I looked at him, and he looked at me, and he went, "You getting any runs on that?" And I went, "Absolutely not." And he went, "You're weak now. You're not an Aussie. You don't want to bat on anything." I said, "You're right. I don't want to bat." Absolutely, especially on that. I'll take the spinners all day. Thanks very much.
Nathan Brooks. What did you think of? Did you get to see much of Kashif Ali batting, or ETV?
No, I haven't seen much of it. As I said, I had quite a busy day yesterday with a few things going on. But yeah, I actually came across Cash a few years ago. When I first retired, I was at Kent, and Kent looked after me so well. In 2018, I retired by the end of May. Actually, it was going that well. And actually, they were a little bit light on coaching, so they transitioned me straight into a coaching role. So I helped out with the second team, and Cash was playing for us at the time. He was juggling his time between MCC Young Cricketers and Kent. And so I came across him, and we knew he was a good player back then, and I'm so thrilled that he's got his opportunity with Worcester, and now he's cashing in. And he's doing brilliant. He's such a good lad, he's a really terrific boy, and as I say, I'm just pleased he's getting his opportunity now. But it's technically a little bit unusual with that bottom hand grip and things, but it's working for him, and that's the lovely thing about first-class cricket at the moment, is we're seeing some of the best players around the world with quite unorthodox techniques, and it kind of it's nice, isn't it? It's We don't want everybody the same, otherwise it would be a bit boring, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. See Ben Allison going through a little bit of a warm-up there at cover. Bedingham flicks this away, manages to avoid Scott Borthwick, who hustles back for a second run. This is perfect. What a great way to bat this is. Just get him to do all the running, and
makes me
the
nervous.
perfect
though.
man.
Makes me nervous.
Bit of a run out with Badge, you reckon? It's a confusion reigns, doesn't it? The 3 men out there, the communication's got to be really good. What's making me actually nervous is where Scott's running as well, because that surface, it looks pretty
pretty
greasy out
I'd be
there
going
as
on the
well.
bowling strip, wouldn't you? Where it's a bit shorter, a bit drier.
A little bit wider,
Yeah.
the turn on the dirty wicket ends.
Yeah. And it's one thing I never did in my career. Never ever batted with a runner or needed a runner or anything like that.
I was never asked to run for anybody, kiddo, for any particular reason. I'm not sure why. What a glorious shot from Bedingham. Slightly over pitched and driven down the ground for 4.
Yeah, I love that Scott Borthwick didn't move either there. Both of them just stood completely still and watched that. I mean, there's one player to bat on just one leg. I remember seeing James Hildreth make 100 on one leg once, but in Bedingham, what was it? It's 104 he passed in the first innings of the season. He's got about 18, 19 sixes, so he scored 500 plus runs just in boundaries. Let's have a look. I got it on. Hang on, let me refresh this.
Yeah, he was on 99 fours.
107 fours,
Yep,
18
you're absolutely
sixes
right.
for the season.
Yep.
Oh,
This
there's
is
the big
over
in-swinger.
pitched, and this one's a little bit aerial as it's driven. And good communication there as Bedingham picks up another run via his runner.
He's bowling well. He's used that in-swinger a couple of times now, and it's proven to be effective. With Bedders just sort of falling over that one slightly, hitting it aerially. So it's he's working him hard. He's shifting his seam positions around a little bit and making the batter think, which is good.
Lead 165 now. So Giddo, second team game this week.
No. Yes. Sorry. Sorry.
Just tomorrow.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
I've just spent the last 2 hours catching up with admin as well. Yes, playing tomorrow. T20s tomorrow, which will be good. There are our last 2 T20s against Derbyshire at Hartlepool.
Yes.
So if you fancy coming to watch some second team cricket, get on down. Although we've changed it a little bit this year with T20s. Last few years, you would play the home and away fixture on the same day. So we'd call it the double header or whatever. You'd maybe travel down the night before, play 2 T20s back to back on the same day, then travel back. But we had myself and Marcus and Ryan and a few, the hierarchy last year had a bit of a debrief and just felt that the second of those T20s always lacked a little bit of quality, with a bit of fatigue kicking in and that stuff. So we thought this year we might try something different, and we decided, well, we travel when you play for Durham. We travel anyway.
Yeah.
We never do a day trip because it's too far. Maybe Yorkshire, depending on where we play. So we might as well travel on the morning, play that afternoon, stay the night, and then play the second one the next day. So you've got a bit of rest in between and get a good night's sleep. And then that second one, hopefully, it's just a little bit. You're a bit fresher in the legs, and it
Has that worked?
I think it's gone down really well because some other counties have followed suit as well. I think, and I think it's gone down really well. It certainly worked for us. We love it. So we got our first one against Derby tomorrow afternoon at Hartlepool at 2:30, and then we'll play the second one on Wednesday morning at 11 o'clock or 11:30. I'm not sure which one. But,
Excellent.
At which time this game may well be over. But there's a lot to be said about going to watch second team T20 at the moment, because now of the way that squads are split, I was looking at some of the names playing across the various seasons. You get international players now playing second team T20.
yeah, certainly the T20s you do. Yeah.
This is short, and this is hooked in the
it's
air, and
hold
I
out.
think Bedingham will go, and it is. And I was just wondering there, that good tactic. I talked about that, I think, before Will came on air, how Bedingham was moving quite nicely on the front foot with his hamstring injury. Just what might happen if a few were dropped short, and that's a well-worked wicket there for Smith, and well-deserved. I think he's bowled really well in this second innings. And Bedingham goes, the top-edged pull shot / hook shot, caught out in the deep, and he goes for 17. And just as Durham was starting to not necessarily get comfortable, it's starting to build a very, very handy lead with 165 on in front. Bedingham goes for 17, caught out in the deep off the bowling of Smith for 17.
Lovely to see Amar Verdi in the game. Probably not going to get a bowl, but didn't get a catch in the first innings. He's got his catch. He's out there. He's earned his. He can pay his subs now. For his 5 of fatigue and pass across, knowing he's been involved in the game. Lovely to see.
We're going to see Ollie Robinson in. And how about this? When Durham actually gets to 7 down, there's just this young rooster called Ben Stokes that's going to stride out at number 9.
Yeah.
There's hope for us all.
It's the thing of the double night watchman.
Yeah, I love it.
It just means you got Stokes rocking in at 9.
It's lovely that you've got people racing to do the job as well.
Yeah.
Apparently Peter Siddle was just tugging on Ryan Campbell's arm, saying, "No, send me." Him and Potts.
He's the ultimate professional, is Peter Siddle. He was very eager to help out his team. But no, coming back to your point though, yeah, you're right with the second team T20s. It's because of the balance of the timing of them in terms of the first team using the second team competition as good prep for that. You get some really good players. For example, tomorrow we got Ben Dorshus coming down to play for us. So sorry, I've just given away my team to Derby if they're listening. But so it becomes a nice prospect for people to come and watch.
So Ollie Robinson on strike and immediately defends off the middle of that bat out into the covers, and I'm assuming that you might get a couple of the lads that have been in the squad for this game that have missed out without giving too much away.
I'll try
again.
not to give away too much more, but I think the plan will be for them to go and get some white ball practice, because again it's perfect. Yeah. Obviously we've flipped back to white ball cricket on Friday, the first team that is, and it's a lovely opportunity for a couple of guys that might feature in that to go and make that shift from red ball to white ball that little bit earlier and start making that that adjustment.
Robinson hooks this one away, and it's a top edge that goes pretty much over the keeper's head. 1 bounce for 4, nearly carried all the way for 6. So Smith's just having a little dig at the pitch here and think, well, let's have a look and see what happens if we bowl a few short ones. I know how strong Robinson is on the front foot. We've already got the sweeper out. He's yet to get off the mark, and there was a sweeper out at deep point.
Well, the big one as well would be the wind here, and I'm just looking at the flags at the top of the pavilion, which is usually a good giveaway, and they are blowing towards us, so he's pulling into the wind there as well. So it's a good ploy from Worcester. Yeah, and
Verdi's actually going to go back out on the hook again, exactly the same place where he caught David Bedingham. But I like that, a little bit of a change up.
Yeah, I think it's how you balance it though, because you don't really want to leave top of off stump on this pitch too often.
I was going to say what it might do is just stop Robinson committing so much onto the front foot, which he has, not necessarily has been, because he's fresh to the crease, but he's induced the edge there and it hasn't carried through. So we've got an email from Freddie who says, I'm sorry, is it just me or is this a bowler's paradise? Let's be honest, if Lee's, Bedders and Robinsons aren't scoring, it must be a shocking pitch. Any comments on that? It's gone all quiet. Well, I'll jump in. This pitch, I think, is very similar to the Somerset one, and I think the overheads and the combination, I think we mentioned it earlier, the perfect storm really, with the overheads and this pitch is made for perfect bowling conditions. That's an excellent bouncer from Smith as Robinson just drops the gloves and allows that one over his shoulder. I think if you bowl enough balls in a good area, then you are going to take wickets, and that is the key, I guess, is to cash in on anything that isn't right on the money. But it's a huge test with your skills.
I think it's important we don't look too much at the pitch. Of course, you look at the colour of it. It is going to be a bowler-friendly pitch. That's fine. But I think that you can't forget the conditions as well. We've had thick overcast cloud all game so far. So I think it's important we recognise it's the combination of the two. It's not just all the pitch.
Yeah, agree. Absolutely agree.
People like to jump on ground staff who do a ridiculously hard job, and they do it brilliantly.
Especially this year.
And how can you plan for the amount of rain we've got?
Correct.
And also, look at the bowlers. You got Stokes, Potts,
yeah,
Smith. You got brilliant bowling.
Yep.
You've got Stokes has applied himself, made some runs. Ollie Robinson's made a few runs. Dave Bedingham has. And Kashi Valley was only out because he was slogging at the end with the tail. So there are runs to be had on this pitch. So yeah, it's been good fun though.
Yeah,
it's been good fun.
We've actually had, if you think about the season as well, we've actually had some pretty placid pitches as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Warwickshire, Southampton as well. Did you do? I mean, so to be fair, it's This
You've
is
got to even them out a little
This
bit.
is
haven't
England
you?
after all. You know, you got to be able to try and bat on pitches like this.
Absolutely. I mean, Chris Rushworth was back up in the northeast. He's injured at the moment, unable to play for Warwickshire. And I had a chat with him earlier, and he was like, "This is a good pitch. This." He was absolutely licking his lips. And you're absolutely right. He played in the game that I think was the 500-a-thon plus down at Edgbaston. He was going, we've had all these bare pitches with the Kookaburra ball at the start, and now says everybody's complaining when there's a bit in it for the bowlers.
Yeah.
He said he'd have a crack on this one. Taylor again looking for that in-swing shape.
There it is.
Driven nicely back towards him. So yeah, back to the second team, mate. How have they? Pretty much a young second team squad, as you would expect. How have they gone so far this season?
Individually, I have to remember, like we honestly we really haven't played that much cricket. As hard as that is to believe, given it's July the 1st.
Yeah.
We honestly haven't played that much cricket. So we had a fantastic week last week down in Nottingham. I say fantastic. The result wasn't in the end, but in terms of weather and pitch and things like that, it was proper 3-4 day cricket. But prior to that, we'd only been able to complete one game of Championship cricket down at Derby, which was a really good competitive 3-day game. We were really unlucky up Burnett Field the week before last, where unfortunately we had some 2 or 3 unbelievably heavy showers, and a little bit got through the covers, which got onto the pitch, which was really unfortunate. I've had 2-day friendlies in April, May, completely washed out up here.
South North, wasn't it? Yeah.
Our very first game was at Old Trafford, Test match ground, and we only played 2 days out of 4. You know, so. But even with all that, individually, some real nice improvements being seen.
Oh dear, a bit of a missed field, which is not what you want when every run is going to be critical in this run chase for Worcestershire. But Ben Allison letting that one through the legs, the bacon and eggs.
And then just collectively, the lads just need to learn a little bit what it is to win. You know, I would never, and I'll say this to the players, I never think second team cricket is an environment about winning and losing. It's a developmental environment where you've got to learn how to become, as I say, better individually and collectively. And we just, as a group, we just need to learn how to win games of cricket.
As Taylor comes in, and that is an absolute beauty, but the edge drops short of slip. It's a real tough one, isn't it? Your first team environment is well, let's be honest, it's cutthroat and ruthless. That you want to win every game that you play. As the lights actually now come on, as it did look a little gloomy out there. Transitioning that with a really young side, so you don't necessarily have a lot of experience in that side, and to call on that, right, this is how we win in these situations. So does that transfer that pressure back onto you as coach, really, onto how to get that information across?
100%. So I'm quite an active coach. I don't really sit back, and I'm not one of those they'll learn. Yeah. I like to be quite hands-on and get on the boundary and talk to players at fine leg, and so and to the point where I think moving forward I may even see if I can get myself onto the pitch and help play more of a leadership role actually on the field, fielding.
Okay.
Time will tell. I might rethink that.
We said it now on air. It's fine. Hundreds of thousands of people watching as I've just checked the numbers.
My point is yes, it is on me to help them learn, absolutely. But at the same time, they do have to learn for themselves as well. They you know, I don't mind losing, but you've got to learn from it. You know, you have to. I don't want. You got to try and limit making the same mistakes time and time again, and that's where we're at the minute. Is just that's an absolute jaffer.
That's the length, isn't it? There, that really challenging length where it's inducing an attacking shot from Robinson, but that was actually good pace as well. That whistled through to the keeper.
Seeking a 5-foot. I've enjoyed in this game how many times we've looked at the monitor and batters have been laughing at each other and nodding at bowlers. Like they seem to have read. People are like, yeah, okay, it's doing a bit. It's hard work out here. Sorry, you were saying.
No, not at all. No, you're right. Yeah, so it's just that balance. It's the balance of absolutely. I'm quite an active coach, and I want to try and help them where I can. Yeah. But at the same time, Smith comes in again.
So good, square of the wicket there. Lovely hands from Robinson as he opens the face and pushes that one down to Ali at deep point.
But at the same time, you've got to try and take a step back at times,
Yeah.
and giving them the opportunity to learn for themselves. Because when they get into this environment, and I can't do it for them, a senior player can't do it for them. We've got, as you say, Thorpe, we've got this really exciting group of young players.
Yeah, I love what you have there. I think you've again got a little core of fast bowlers, what we're actually starting to produce.
Yeah.
With Ben McKinney probably in the first time in a long time, so there's probably a little bit of added pressure on him. Is that a batsman that we think can go all the way, and that's a good bouncer that Ackerman ducks underneath, and he's learning at a different rate. So he's gone from a lad that pretty much would bat a whole day and get 100 when he didn't have the power. He's grown up into a big, strong human being who can clear any boundary, and he's now trying to figure out that what is his game now. How do I combine that batting for long times with without being reckless? So
I reference Spider-Man quite a lot with Ben McKinney. Now, if you've ever watched the very first Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, there's a saying that he gets from his uncle. What's his uncle's name?
Ben? No.
Uncle Ben? Is it
No,
Uncle
I don't
Ben?
know.
Anyway, he says with
I've
great.
just said-
Yeah,
I've
I think it is. Yeah,
Is it?
you're
I've just
right.
gone for the rice.
He says, and he says to him, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
And I hope Ben's not listening to this, because
I hope
otherwise
he
his
is.
head would balloon. But he's obviously a very talented player, but he's now got to learn how to balance that. You just googled that, haven't you? Is it
Yeah.
Uncle
I just
Ben?
wanted to make sure I was right. It was Uncle Ben. That's tucked away nicely.
Push for two.
Look at the pace that Ackerman gets in and out of the crease. That's brilliant running.
So important in conditions like this where it's tough. You've got to run hard.
Yeah.
It's completely within your control. I talk to the lads about this. Running hard is
It's an attitude.
nothing
isn't it?
stops you. It's
Yeah.
an attitude, So, and it's so important in games like this where it's a short, low-scoring game. He's just got to learn that gamesmanship, that batsmanship, when to go, when to absorb, that type of thing. And it's getting there. He's learning, and there's evidence of that so far this season.
Yeah, made a big
And,
100 last week, didn't
yeah,
he?
he did. Yeah. But then second innings, and I don't mind being, I don't mind sort of being quite honest here, because it's good to talk. But then second innings, he's a little bit loose outside off stump, and he's out early, and that's a perfect example of him learning that actually you've got to back a score up.
Yeah.
And it might not be another 100, but it
Yeah.
might be get
In the
through the new
context
ball.
of that game,
It might be a 30 off 80 balls that actually, when we were behind in the game in terms of the scoreboard, as the senior batter at the top of the order, can you absorb just a little bit of pressure, get through the new ball, for example? And that's the kind of, they're the things where he's at. But it's great though, mate. It's so exciting for these young players, and I've got no doubt that it will click with these guys individually and collectively sooner rather than later, I think, and they're going to become incredibly good players for Durham.
So 96 for 6 now, a lead of 174. I'm not a big one for talking about individuals, but another player that actually really does excite me, and I love him as a character, is Stan McAlinden, as Matthew Waite comes into the attack, and he gets a bit of shape away, and that one dies as it gets through to Roderick, and he can't collect cleanly, and Durham will collect a bye.
Love Stan. He's got he reminds me of a certain other, although he wasn't born in Cumbria, he's kind of bred in Cumbria, certain Ben Stokes, in terms of that fieriness of his character. And I love it. He's a match winner. He's had a tough time recently with injuries. Stan,
Double hamstring injury.
double
hamstring.
hamstring. Yeah, within a couple of weeks of coming back from his first one, he did it again, and it was heartbreaking for him because he had a brilliant winter. Worked so hard, got his body into a really good condition. So it was really sad for him. But he's worked very hard again. Now he's back, slowly but surely with him. Obviously, after a double hammer, you don't want to go a third time. So we're going to take it really slowly with him.
Absolutely.
But he's a really exciting cricketer. But more so, like I said, more his sort of character.
And again, in good shape in this one. Slapped with a bit of bottom hand down to mid-off by Ackerman. So on Stan, what's pleasing for me actually is to see him doing well with regards to his club cricket. So he's he's getting opportunities to bat at the top of the order for Tynemouth, and he's making runs pretty consistently at the moment.
Yeah.
How important is club cricket for these second team guys?
100%, because you've got to answer questions, different questions. And so I challenged all the guys, not at the start of the year. So I was pretty honest with them. Sorry, I don't like talking whilst there's action.
No, that's
on
fine.
the field.
They can see that.
Oh, can they?
Yeah, they've got the stream, haven't they, mate?
Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
radio.
Oh,
Relax.
Oh, sorry, I'm used to doing it on the radio. I was thinking I've got to be quiet.
Relax.
Oh, look,
they've got the score on there and everything, mate.
Blabbering away then, I'll blabber on. Look, no one's got any God-given right to succeed at any level. You know, club cricket, you can get a Jaffa, or you could come on a tough pitch. So no one's got any right to just go and dominate any cricket. But I have challenged them to make sure they turn up on a Saturday, and they have this desire and the professionalism to go and put a shift in and go and be successful, and they are doing it. And you're right, Stan's one of those. He's gone away and he's playing as a batter for Tynemouth at the minute, and he's got a couple of 80s. We had a bit of a giggle this morning because he obviously doesn't want 100. But as you say, he's an all-rounder, and he's got his opportunity at the moment to play as a batter in the top order, and he's taken it with both hands, which is great to see.
It's waiting again, a little bit of shape, thickish outside edge, down to Kashif Ali at deep point, brings Ackerman another run. And again, just another little partnership building. Can Durham just build a 30 or 40 partnership which will just take that game away from Worcestershire?
So this is what I meant earlier. Now for me, this is now really critical 10 to 15 minutes, because you can see it's getting darker. You can start to see the shadows of the players on the pitch, which is always a sign that it's just starting to. I think it's still the rule, isn't it, that when the lights take over?
Yeah, we went off yesterday for bad light with a bit
balance.
of drizzle. Yeah, absolutely.
But in the first half of this game, this is where I felt that we might have just lost a wicket at key time. Yeah. And whether it's a Jaffa or whatever, it does it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Robinson before lunch.
Yeah.
The wicket of Stokes brought a big collapse as well with the tail. I tell you what did for Worcestershire a little bit yesterday. I thought they were going quite nicely up until the point that they went off, and then I think they lost 8 wickets after the resumption. So it's just important that you identify these key moments, and you
even Potsy earlier this morning.
Yes.
You know, actually is. As we've seen,
really good,
as we've seen, Potsy is a more than capable batter. But even that, just 2 balls before the rain came, and again, it's just key moments at key times. So I would say the next 10 or 15 minutes, as it is obviously getting,
it's a bit gloomy out there, isn't it?
Darker. If we can just get through this next 10 or 15 minutes, then I would say it was our mini session.
Yeah, absolutely. 176 lead for Durham. 98 for 6 on the board. Smith still charging in here into his 16th over. And this one finds the outside edge. And I like the fact they've got a gully in place. You don't see a gully very often these days in first-class cricket. There's normally a gap there between second or third slip around to point. And we've seen a lot of runs go down to third man in this game, which you would expect with the amount of movement that's happening. So do you, I guess a great part of your second team role is to see the lads transferring, not just, obviously you've got the young lads that are contracted or on rookie contracts, but you've got those transitioning from academy looking to get into the professional game as well.
So again, that was something that was spoken about with myself and Northie and Cambo at the end of last year, and leading into this year is, on top of the second 11 stuff, can I bridge that gap between second team and academy and get some familiarity with those players, that because again we've got, I don't know how much people are in the loop at home, but we've got this really exciting group of players around the 16, 17-year-old mark. A couple of them representing represented the England Invitational 11.
You had
last
James,
year down last week, sorry, down at Loughborough.
Minto and Hayden Mustard and people like that. It's a big drive that the length ball, and able to get it away.
If I can bridge that gap, and I've, you know, it's not easy because we're busy, and I try to help out with the first team when I can as well. But when I can get to an academy session or a game or whatever it might be, or when they come to play for me in the second team, you can see that again there is a really exciting group of players coming through. So yeah, it's a great role, and I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, that under-16s group in particular is very exciting. This is nicely timed by Ackerman, but can't beat the field. John Window's doing a great job with that group, with the likes of Cole Pearce, Nathan Rimington and Stewie Pointer, the former Durham players. So they've got some excellent guidance there,
yeah.
you know what I mean? There's some
Those-
great people with a lot of knowledge.
That is such a good group of coaches. We again talk about David Bedingham earlier, how lucky we are to have. We're so lucky to have that group of coaches. I watch them go about their business more so in the winter when I've got a bit more time to spare. But there's such a enthusiastic group of coaches, led obviously by the great John Windows.
Absolutely.
With his leadership and that mentoring side of it as well. And they're just doing a brilliant job with these players.
Nicely played by Robinson, defended out into the offside. You mentioned the winter there.
Yeah.
Winters can be long, can be boring inside. How do you keep it fresh for the lads?
See, I love the winters because it's such a great. I think in the last few years, Thorpe, I kind of feel like we've forgotten what you can achieve in a winter. You know, and look, I get it. Players don't really want to be in England. They want to get overseas, and they're in the world of the franchise cricket. And of course, you can do that. And good on them. Go and travel the world and experience different different cricket teams and different voices and whatever it might be. But for the guys that are here, you can still achieve so much. You know, it's 4 or 5 months. It's a long time. You can learn a lot. So in answer to your question, first of all, you got to have the right structure. You know, you don't want to peak too early. I'm a big one for, you know, when guys come back in January, you don't just want to be playing straight bat cricket shots and find form at the end of January. You don't hit a ball in anger for another 2 months after that. So I think you've got to make sure you use that time to think outside the box a little bit. Just try a new shot, develop a new shot, whether it's a sweep shot or look, you see how white ball cricket's going these days. Go and watch Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah.
Go and pick a shot and practice it.
I tell you, on new shots, I'll just digress a little bit. I watched Surya Kumar Yadav bat the other day, and he hit what looked like an orthodox straight drive with an open bat face, and he sliced it over wide third man for 6.
There's no way that was meant to go that fine.
Mate, and then he's literally pretty much the same ball. He's managed to kind of flick over kind of fine. Absolutely incredible skills. Yeah. Incredible skills.
So that's my point. Yeah, but okay, let's just say for a minute he did mean that first one. Yeah. He definitely meant, I felt maybe he was point. Maybe more sort of just in front of point or point. No, but even if he wasn't, let's look at that and be inspired by it and say, do you know what? I've got 4 or 5 months on my hands here. I'm going to go and learn that, and I'm going to develop it. And I think in answer to your initial question, that's how you keep it fresh. But expand a little bit. Don't just do the usual stuff because that does get boring. Then you do get sick of being indoors, being in the cold English winter. Develop your skills. You know, or from a bowling point of view, develop a knuckleball or develop a back of the hander or become the best fielder in the country. You know, go and take 5,000 catches.
Oh, it's just cleared cover. Not quite timed that from Robinson, but he'll pick up at least 2. As Libby races out there and prevents a 3rd run. So fielding is such a huge part of the game and the athletic side, and I think Sam Clark does a brilliant job with our athletes. With the 100 there coming up for Durham. That now pushes the lead to 178. Robinson moves on to 7, Ackerman on 20. How do you keep it fresh with the fielding? Because, mate, you're in a small environment indoors, and you probably know where I'm going with this.
Yeah. Fielding's easy.
The one where we got involved in it, and you want to make it competitive, don't you?
Yeah.
And that is probably the easiest way to make fielding fun is competition.
Yeah. You watch these guys throughout the day. Name me the 10 minutes of the day where they look like they're having the most fun.
Apart from football?
That's what I'm talking. It's the football.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you just get them competing and they'll love it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how rubbish the fielding drill is. If they're competing against each other, they'll enjoy it.
Very true.
But then also on top of that, then get the crash mats out, get them diving around, you know, get them throwing themselves around. But again, be creative. Think outside the box. But guys will... The thing is with... when I first started coaching, I was always a little bit nervous about that because I didn't want guys frowning on the session and think, oh, this. But I think
we're all just big kids at the end of the day.
This is it. And what I've learned about players, they'll actually respect the fact that you're trying to do something a bit different and not just the normal stuff, which, as I said before, sometimes can get a bit repetitive and can get a bit boring. So I think players respect the fact that you're trying something a bit different. If it works, brilliant. If it doesn't work, no worries, good. Just adapt it a little bit next time, you know. So it's, as I say, keep it fun, keep it competitive, keep it new, innovative. Is that the right word?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've made up some new words this week, Sam, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. But innovative, I can confirm,
That
pre-existed.
Yeah.
We can't credit for
I'm
that.
confident I got that one right.
Yeah, no, you're good. Well, you actually inspired me. So what people won't know is Giddo did a game of Deal or No Deal with the guys over the winter. And I got to run the scoreboard, and my maths wasn't brilliant, but the lads, they were bickering and arguing over certain things and making them think how many points they could get on certain, like a catching drill or a shying at the stump drill.
Shall I try and explain
drill.
it?
Yeah, go for
not?
it.
I don't know. I might lose.
Do it.
We might lose a few listeners here if this goes badly.
Go for it.
So again, just trying to think out a little bit outside the box in terms of the design of a fielding session. Now, generally, more often than not, I'll sort of set up 3 or 4 different fielding drills, and then the players will rotate round them. They'll have 5 or 6 minutes on each drill.
A little carousel.
But on this occasion, what I did is I wrote down what each drill was called on the whiteboard, and then above it was deal or no deal. Now, what I would do is for each drill, I would offer them a score. So, for example, what was our one? Just flat catches, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's flat catches, yeah.
So just really simple flat catches, maybe with a bit of a dive in it or whatever. But you had 4 minutes to take as many catches as you could. So say, for example, I felt that they could achieve 50 catches in that 4 minutes. I would offer them 50 catches, and then they have to say deal or no deal. If they felt they could beat 50 catches, they say no deal, and then they take, if they got 56 catches, then they get 56 points. And it was good fun, wasn't it? It worked quite well.
It was great. It was great. Just to, like I said, just get you back to your childhood, and like the competition. It didn't matter. You could have done anything, and as long as they're competing against each other, these guys will give it a crack and have fun.
Yeah.
I did something similar, so I nicked your idea,
Yeah,
and
go on
I had one of our. Have you seen those big dice that you can get?
Yeah.
So I set up the 4 fielding drills, and I said, right, whatever you roll the dice now in this drill, that's what your points get multiplied by. So I went a bit old school with, right, roll the dice, and right, we've got a 6, so we now times our score by 6. So I absolutely stole your idea, and I went down,
no,
went down
I love
the
it.
storm.
But that's lovely to hear, though, from my point of view. Do you know what I mean? So if I've got a fellow cricket coach thinking a little bit about, then that's a huge tick in the box for me.
I
So
loved
it's
it.
brilliant.
Absolutely loved it. And the guys loved it as well. And you're talking about club cricketers, some of them might come to training once a month.
Yeah.
And honestly, it went down an absolute storm.
Get some back next time, hopefully. That's
Yeah,
the thing, isn't
it was huge. So just at the end of the over there, Durham 103 for 6, leading by 181. We've got Colin Ackerman on 22 and Ollie Robinson on 8.
The other thing I loved about that one is that it got them talking.
Yeah.
It got them talking tactically almost.
How many can we get?
In their small groups, right, lads, should we take the deal or should we not take the deal? Well, I don't know, because I think if we can do this here or that there.
Yeah.
And they're talking. And again,
you
I
had
think
the team split as well, didn't you? So you had some of the youngsters with some of the more experienced players.
Team captains, so different guys get used to those leadership roles.
Little quiet period of the game here, which I think from a Durham point of view is a really nice thing. There's a little partnership building here. Where are we at? It's only 16, but it's just seemed to calm everything down a little bit. Maybe it is the ball is getting a little bit older.
Yeah, but I think Colin Ackerman is playing a really. Again, I don't want to say too much because I'll mess with mother cricket and I'll nick off now. But he's playing a really important role here. So if you look at the way Bedders came in and played, really aggressive, really attacking, and put pressure on Worcestershire in his own way, and he's out now, but it was in the context of the game a really valuable 20 and shifted a little bit of momentum in our favour. Colin is going about it maybe a slightly different way and looking to wear down this Worcestershire bowling attack, and it's either way, ultimately is successful, but it's just interesting to see different batters going about it different ways.
Absolutely, and weight right on the money here. No run. But yeah, you've just got it, and gone back to just something that resonates really well with me. We talked to Ryan after one of the power play, the T20 games, and it was all around, he used the words problem solving. It was around Ashton Turner came out. I think it was the Leicester game where he came out and just played on a different planet to everybody else.
So Cambo talks a lot about that. It was one of his big things when he came in to the role. Again, good running there from Colin and Robbo. It was one of the key things he came in. He brought into our white ball game is this analogy of problem solvers through the middle, and I love that terminology. Really, really cool, because ultimately that's what it is when you're batting through the middle of a T20 game and you've got spinners doing this and spinners doing that, or seamers back of the hand slow balls, all this type of thing. You've got to problem solve. You've got to figure out how to score and how to rotate strike and things. And it's just a slightly different way of, I suppose, explaining the role of a middle order batter.
Absolutely, and there's just so much going on in modern cricket, that got to take in that instance. It was the pitch conditions and a pretty skillful Leicester side, actually, the way that they'd bowled in that game. But yeah, Ash in that particular instance was brilliant. That's tucked away, and an excellent bit of fielding there from Allison this time. Probably redeems himself for the one that he let go through his legs a couple of overs ago. And that ends the 34th over. 105 for 6 on the board. Durham leading by 183. So there's a couple of big games, isn't there, coming up? The T20s. End of the week for the first team.
Yeah, really exciting. Really exciting.
Host Worcester on Friday night.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to say, I mentioned this to the players before the Lancashire game, where I said, guys, I actually don't mind the position we find ourselves in this T20 competition.
Morale probably wasn't great at that moment, was it?
But also, we've been on the receiving end a couple of times in recent history where we've started the competition really well and then just tailed off slightly. Now, I think we've been unlucky at different times with injuries and England selection, and we've lost the balance of our side a couple of times over the last few years. But from a mentality point of view, it's like, guys, that's okay. We've started this year a little bit slower, but we can flip the switch here and get an upward curve going for the second half of the campaign rather than a downward curve, which is what we've been guilty of the last few years.
Turned around with 2 amazing wins.
And there you go, and we've got 2 brilliant wins. We've picked up a little bit of momentum.
Ooh, it's a big flirty drive from Robinson. The width was on offer, that is for sure.
Yeah, I think you've just got to accept that, watching, that on a pitch like this, the guys are going to try and latch on to any sort of width they do get.
That's his strength, isn't it, Ollie Robinson?
Of course it is, yeah.
Absolutely lethal through that cover region. But yeah, so I think it's a big game this Friday, just to pick up that again. Momentum's a big word used quite a lot, but we ended that little block on a real high there with a game that we should have lost really against Yorkshire.
I saw these 2 games of red ball cricket as footballers see the international break. Yeah, and it's you'd find football managers talk a lot about wanting to get 3 points before the international break. Just and we did that, and the lads did so well in that Yorkshire game. They had no right to win it at a certain point, and we did, and they fought so hard, and there was small contributions in that game that people. I mean, obviously everyone will be looking at Dorsh and that last over, and rightly so.
Yeah, and I think that in that we'll talk about that game a little bit, and just individual moments of. Oh, that is an absolute peach.
Jaffa.
Yeah, so I think there was. I'll name you 3 in that fielding. I'll give you Leasy's catch. I'll give you Sout's catch off his own bowling where he ran back to the discs and took it, and his run out. And I thought there were 3 huge individual moments that just kept clawing Durham back into the game when the game was really done.
South's was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I mean
incredible.
That's one of the best. Look, as I say, that was a collective performance, but in terms of an individual wrestling back momentum, when I think he bowled the right-hander. He bowled somebody.
It was Luxton. I think. Was it
he
Luxton
bowled
who
him.
was absolutely motoring?
And you could just tell his celebration.
Yeah.
It was like,
We're not done.
this bloke's on it, and
Yeah.
he's going to wrestle this game back in our favour. And then you get the catch and the fielding. So individually, it was kind of a 15-minute period of
Yeah.
Nathan Souter, wasn't it? But even around that, you look at Bastilida's over.
Yeah.
The guy had no real involvement in the game,
Yeah.
no adrenaline, no nothing like that, and he comes in and bowls what ultimately was such an important over.
Yeah.
Was it 17th or the 18th over?
It was towards
It's a
the end.
massive
and
over in
then-
the
and
context
that
of the
one
game,
from
and I think it only
Dorsh's
went
as
for
well.
I think it went for 8 or 9, which again in the context of the game,
Yeah.
when that was going to be his one and only over. And then I tell you one thing that gets overlooked, because obviously it was the big moment when we won, but actually, I don't know if you noticed Robbo's take off the very last ball. And you won't know. You won't know
I
it.
probably haven't
But
noticed.
if you watch it back,
Yeah.
Dwarsh's bowl sort of a knee height.
Oh, it was the fully. Yeah,
So it
absolutely.
wasn't. And Dwarsh should be
Yeah.
the first to admit. Probably
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
his best ball of the over. It was
Yeah.
like a knee height fully. But for a keeper, that's awful.
the old
It's
skid
so
off the
awkward. But he
surface,
just
yeah.
he takes it so well.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
you
it's
didn't even
just,
notice, I guess.
And Rainey's 19th over.
Yeah.
You don't get the. You don't. Dwarsh.
That just keeps us in the game, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? And then Dorsh is, under pressure, coming back into the side
Yeah.
from, due to the injury to Ash,
Yeah.
probably.
Yep. Rainey's foot. So the first ball of that.
That
short
again doesn't carry.
Blimey.
Hands on hips from the Worcestershire fielders, but a good delivery from Waite. Edged away. It was pushed at as well from Ackerman.
Yeah,
It wasn't
that's-
exactly soft hands,
I
but
was
it
just going to
died.
say, he's actually gone quite hard at that. The ones before I felt actually he's played that really well,
Yeah.
because he's played it with quite soft hands. That one he's actually come quite hard at, and it's still not carried. Third slip could be wearing a helmet in our last innings.
Yeah, I saw a few round the back on knees and with
Yeah.
helmets on in the last game. But yeah, Matthew Waite bowling nicely here.
Oh, he's come.
And Ackerman, it's gone quiet, but they've stopped the runs as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they
Worcestershire
have.
here, so there's
Yeah.
just a bit of a holding pattern. Durham in the lead by 183. And I think both teams really aware that this is such a key period in
Yeah.
the game.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You can just feel that bit of tension out there. There's not runs flowing. Runs have flowed as well, despite wickets falling constantly. There have been runs coming, and this one thuds into the pad. And to me, that was going down. I don't have the greatest view with Ollie Robinson blocking me, but it looked like it was sliding down the leg side.
I'm watching the screen here. And
It's probably the best thing to watch.
Yeah. Pretty comfortably missed a leg stump.
Yeah. I saw your brother the other day, actually, when the England women were up.
Yeah, he's really enjoying that role. Really enjoying it. He's it's something that I think if you'd asked him a year ago, probably wasn't on his radar. But then what is, I guess, in this world of professional sport these days.
Absolutely.
And he's loving it. He's so enjoying it. And I tell you what was quite nice, actually. He'll hate me for saying this. I don't know if you noticed in the game. Was it yesterday? Maya Boucher got 100.
Yes.
And they
he was
just
on
they,
the
they
balcony
just flipped to the
yeah,
and
yeah.
honestly, my brother, bless him, loving a bit. It's a wonderful bloke, but he can be quite grumpy at
I was
times.
gonna say, he's not an emotional man, is he?
So to see him, show emotion like that was
Yeah.
really, really nice, and it just, it's evident how much he's enjoying the role and how much he's getting from it.
Excellent. He's absolutely brilliant with our kids. So our kids bowled at England and New Zealand, and that one's kept a little bit low and well kept out by Robinson. And he was brilliant with some feedback for the bowlers.
Oh, good.
Stephen Parry was around as well.
Yeah,
We were kind of out in the middle, and you had Gareth Breeze and John Lewis and the likes as well around. But no, Alex was really good with some of the young bowlers, really encouraging them. Have you thought about this? What about this pace? Have you tried that?
good.
And I think it was a really valuable session for our youngsters. Sometimes as a net bowler, you just get kind of thrown in, and I'll tell you what was actually a really nice moment as well in a moment. This Waite comes in again. This one's pushed away by Robinson. He'll run the first one hard, but I think you'll only get the one down to Ali, down at backward point. It was a hot day, so leading up until we actually had summer at the very start of that week.
Never. What's that?
And Heather Knight was sat there, and she actually came over and she went, right. She just stopped and she actually got drinks. So she got somebody from the management team to come and get drinks for all the youngsters that were out there bowling in the heat, which I thought was a really nice moment.
Nice touch.
But no, and that you could see they're really well drilled, the England women's team, and such good spin options.
They're a pleasure to work with. I can only speak from my experience a couple of years ago where I was fortunate enough to work with them as a bowling coach under Mark Robinson and Alistair Baden. And they really are a pleasure to work with. They're very receptive. Oh, that's a sore one.
Yep, caught that one in the midriff. Probably wouldn't have felt that one as much as Ollie Robinson. I have slightly more padding than him, and the lights have gone off. I'm not sure if the 50 pence might have run out, or that the umpires have deemed that it's... Actually, the umpires are looking at each other here, maybe thinking, why have the lights gone off? And they're looking around. They're not particularly sure.
Graham's pressed the wrong button.
I'd be interested in the ruling here, because I thought
They
once
don't
they
have to
went
stay
on,
No, I think I've been at Lords. I thought that rule was the same. I think I've been at Lords where they turned them off again.
We do have a tinted window here,
But,
mind kiddo, so it does look worse than what it is.
yeah, but hold on though. Surely not in the middle of an over. You can't.
And Ollie Robinson hooks that one. It's right down Fine Leg's throat. And Allison picks up the wicket. In maybe slightly controversial circumstances here, as the lights have gone off. And Ollie Robinson looks furious, and Ackerman doesn't look particularly happy either, as he's going to speak to the umpires here. The umpires look surprised that the lights had gone off as well. And Ackerman and the umpires just had a word. But that's a big wicket for Worcestershire. As I said, they'd just gone quiet there, and Robinson goes for 9, caught by weight down at Fine Leg off the bowling of Allison, and that is a huge wicket. With number 9, Ben Stokes, about to walk to the wicket. Durham lead by 185, but they only have 3 wickets remaining.
I'm going to get myself down a quick Google hole and see if I get to the bottom of it.
I can't believe you're allowed to do that in the middle of an over. You can't.
Well, it was definitely a surprise from the umpire's reaction, wasn't it?
You can't face one ball in certain conditions, in a certain light, and then through the middle of an over face the next ball in.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. William Dobson will be listening to this stream, and I'm just wondering if there was any instructions from the umpire. I can't imagine the umpires have instructed them in the middle of an over to turn the lights off.
The only thing in the playing conditions is about turning them on.
Because actually, to go and turn them off, you have to actually go to one of the buildings out in front of the pavilion, out in the car park, and manually switch them on and off. But that definitely came as a shock to everybody when those lights went off, because the 2 umpires looked at each other, the batters were looking at each other in a little bit of confusion. And if nothing else, the lights are on in the car park of the gym opposite us also, and they look pretty bright to me. However, Robinson is out. Here we go. So apparently, umpires requested the lights to go off 5 balls ago. As Stokes leaves that one in. The pitch can't be seen from the switch, so it's luck actually when it goes off. Thank you, William. On the ball as usual.
So it could go off mid-ball, because the person who's switching it
Yeah,
know.
they're literally where, I mean, Sam probably doesn't know, but you've got that utility building out the front of the player's entrance. It just seemed a really strange time for them to go off to me, and Will Gidman doesn't look very, very pleased sitting next to me, I must say. Stokes attempts to cut that one away, gets a bit of a bottom edge. Unable to get off the mark.
Big interesting passage of play here now, because you can see they've set the same field. They've got a deep square back and a wideish fine leg, so they'll no doubt continue with this with some short pitch bowling here in this light. I mean, look, you got to. It was a clever bit of bowling. You know, if you as the lights do go off and then bang one in short when his eyes are sort of readjusting, I guess. So it was a clever bit of bowling, and I think we're going to see more of the same.
Stokes clips this one away beautifully, but he'll just pick up the single as Verdi down there sweeping on the square leg boundary. So an interesting period of play here, as Will's just said there. 186 in the lead, Durham. 3 wickets remaining. What mode will Ben Stokes go into? You probably know him better than most. You've got a great relationship with Ben, haven't you?
Yeah, we've got. I mean, we played together years ago. I was. Yeah, I mean, he was the reason I left Durham and went to Gloucester. I'll never forget his first game out in Dubai, because it was the same day I phoned my agent and said, I think I need to make a move him. But yeah, so we played together a long time, and obviously there was a period there where I didn't see a huge amount of him, but then more recently being back in a coaching role, and look, it's Ben Stokes. You know, if he asks you to go and throw once a sling, you're going to say yes, right? You know,
no matter where.
No matter where. Yeah, so it's So our relationship has developed over the last couple of years, especially. And it's just lovely to see him playing for Durham. You know, that's really you're talking about one of the great cricketers. You know,
he's a modern great, no
white
doubt.
ball, red ball,
no doubt.
He has single-handedly played some of the most memorable. He created some of the most memorable moments in Test match history, in cricket history, and it's just a real pleasure to have him playing for Durham and loving it as well. I mean, I don't want that to sound like he hasn't in the past. He's always thoroughly enjoyed playing for Durham, but he's just the enthusiasm he's got for cricket in general. He is absolutely on this mission to. I don't like to use the word revive Test cricket, because I don't think that's fair, because I think Test cricket is fine, but you know what I mean?
He wants to take it to new levels, doesn't he?
New level and make sure that it's got a future.
He wants to create his own legacy as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's just a real, as I say, pleasure to watch him go about his business at the moment.
Do you know what Sam's first question to Ben would be?
Oh yeah.
Go on.
Well, I've not met him. Sounds a bit weird now, doesn't it? I've been quite close to him when he's out there bowling.
I've been watching him.
But I want to know. I'm thinking about the same sort of hair surgery as he went on, so I was going to open up with that. And at least it's not a banal, like, journalistic question like, "Oh, what do you think of the pitch, Ben?" "Oh well, if we knew it'd be tough early doors, but if we could last 15 overs," I thought I'd go in with that one. Haven't quite had the bottle yet.
I'm not commenting on that at all.
Leading edge there from Stokes.
So I would go as far as saying I don't even know what you're talking about.
Do you have to have a rota amongst the coaches, the Stokes slinging rota? Because surely the shoulders do go a little bit after a while.
The Ben Stokes rota. We have a secret WhatsApp group saying, "Is anyone getting Stokes today?"
It's normally you.
Thousands.
As I say, it's an absolute pleasure. He works very hard, and you've got to make sure that you're ready to put a shift in. But that's why we do it. You know, it's half your job as a cricket coach is facilitation. You know, so if you're not prepared to do it, there's no point doing the role. But yes, he does make me work a little bit harder than other players do.
I loved it. In that Somerset game, I think he had to almost sprint back across because he'd been out having a net in the back. Like he basically is either practicing or out there playing it. It's been amazing to watch how he gets it.
His work ethic is unbelievable. I spoke to him about this the other day. Actually, I said, "How much would you do if you're playing really, really well?" So sometimes we'll talk to the players about at certain stages of the summer where it can get really busy. Now I know I've talked a lot about the weather and stuff, so this summer's a little bit different, but other times, sometimes you talk about how less is more. So I said to him, when you're playing really well, is that sometimes the case with you? He said, not really. He said, I'll still train for a long period of time, but he might just separate his sessions a little bit further. So he might have a couple of days in between sessions rather than one day or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So but his sessions when he does practice is still equally as long, and he works incredibly hard. But again, that's kind of inspiring, though. You know, so
if you're a young player and you watch, and I'll go back to something when I was doing a bit of work with Durham Uni and we played Yorkshire down at Headingley. Joe Root wasn't playing, but he must have hit balls for 3 hours on the side of the square, and it was Frog, it was Grayson, and they one after the other, they were in there. And then he had spin, and then he went back to one or the other, and he just didn't stop until he thought that's enough for me. But I reckon it was 3 hours.
Harry Brooks the same. There a lot of these. I've been lucky enough recently I've been lucky enough recently to have spend a little bit of time with the England boys, and they're all very similar. They'll bat for long periods of time. But I guess that's why they're the best in the world, because their work ethic is second to none.
It's no accident.
But what I love about working with Stokesy is you talked earlier about in white ball cricket how middle-order batters, Cambo talks about them being as problem solvers, right? So Stokesy, that's how he practices as well. He'll problem solve throughout his practice. If he's not quite hitting the ball well, he'll figure it out during the practice. He won't just give up or anything. he'll get angry.
We'll see a few. It's not like him.
We'll see a few stumps flying around. But he'll.
That could be a wide.
No chance.
There's nobody hitting that ball.
No, you're probably right, but not
There's nobody hitting that.
And he'll if he's batting badly, he won't just throw the towel in. He'll figure out how to be. And again,
He's too angry to give up.
Coming back to my role as a second team coach, this is sort of the stuff that I'll try and talk to the players about.
Yeah.
It's not just being successful on the pitch.
Yeah.
It's about being successful in your practice as well. And what does a successful practice look at? We might be on a tired practice wicket because there's only so many, and you got to have a few days on them. And it might be a tough surface to bat on, but then you got to figure it out. You got to, and it comes back to being successful in club cricket. Sometimes you might go and play at a local club ground, and the wicket might not be so good.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you got to give up. That doesn't mean you got to get out
Just
or
work it
bowl
out.
bat or whatever it might be. You got to figure it out. And that's what us, the best players in the history of the game do. Is they answer the questions that the pitch poses to them, or the bowlers pose to them, or the batter poses to the bowlers. I feel like I'm just talking from a batting perspective, but it's not. It's about the bowlers as well. Bowlers have got to figure out how to bowl a David Bedingham because he's just coming at you all the time, you know. And coming back to my point, it's about that starts in the practice nets. How are you gonna make this into a successful practice? And that's so much of my messaging to the second team.
Yeah, and that's an attitude and a culture, isn't it? That's so important. That message can come from the coaching staff, but to have those senior players, I mean, we're lucky. I think I called him a freak yesterday in the like the most glowing of terms.
Who
like
we talking about now, Stokes or Bedingham?
About Ben.
Ben McKinney.
No, Ben Stokes.
Sorry.
About having him around and just for the young lads to be able to see that breeds your culture of your next generations of players.
Yeah.
So important. But yeah, I mean, you can talk about a Bedingham who I guess would practice probably totally differently because his mental process is different.
I think with Bedders, that's one of the big wins we had with him a couple of years ago, actually, where we talked a lot about his consistency of his practice. So when he first came over, his practice would reflect how well he was playing or how successful he was on the pitch. So, for example, if he felt he was batting badly, or if he got out in a certain way, he would then go and spend hours in the nets. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm contradicting my initial point here about just working hard and problem solving, but what Bedders has managed to do is find a real consistency in his practice, whether he's playing well or badly. His practice stays completely the same throughout the entire summer, and it just helps keep your emotions level. Because
you can see that in him.
If in 4-day cricket in England, the amount you play, if you ride the emotions
and you fail more than you succeed. Well, most of us did.
Yeah.
Unlike him at the moment.
But that's what but my point is, again, he's found out what successful practice looks like to him, and actually all that is just consistency. Other people it might be different. Yeah. But for him, he knows emotionally he stays on a very level playing field, because if he fails out there, it's nothing to do with his practice, because he's done the same as he did last week when he got 150. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess you want to keep that emotion right in the middle there, whether you're succeeding or not. That you're still treating everything the same.
Yeah. And
don't
that
get too high or too low.
Yeah.
Whereas somebody like Ben probably thrives on his emotions at times, and that drives him through. So you've got to find out your own your own method and your own path. And I guess that's the beauty of having such an experienced squad that we have here, for our youngsters to be able to feed off, is that you've got somebody like Ben who will train like a maniac, and you've got somebody like Bedders who is just grooving, and they're both in great places in their lives and in their careers right now.
Yeah, and also don't forget, with someone like Stokesy, he's building into a Test series.
Oh yeah.
Like his commitment and his work ethic towards Durham is unbelievable. But let's not forget, he's also got his own agenda where he's preparing for a Test series, and so his program, I guess, his training structure would look very different to someone like Bedders, who is playing week in, week out for Durham over a 6-month, 7-month period. Yeah. So that's where that consistency off the field becomes really, really valuable.
Brilliant stuff. Durham lead now by 189, sitting on 111 for 7.
So
that's an inside edge. And that will run away for a couple.
Oh, he's fielded
As
well.
Verdi does very well. Tumbling away down there. It's very square on the boundary, and he does well to prevent the boundary.
So that's the first protocol for me. Is we're now asking them to score the biggest score of the game to win
Yeah.
it. You know, that's obviously now a big box ticked. But as I said earlier in one of your first questions, the lads will no doubt want a few more on the board.
Still batting to come. With Bustelader and Ben Rain batting 11. That's scandalous. And this is pushed away behind point, and Ackerman again, and you talk about attitude and running between the wickets, he wanted 2 from the moment that ball left his bat. And this is important that Durham keep picking up these runs, not necessarily through massive shots.
Just looking for some water. No, not here. I was wondering if you lot had a stash in here.
I'm going to get one.
There I was trying to do code there. I was
Very
trying to do
subtle.
hand gestures, but then I realised, well, you might as well just say it. Is there any water line?
Yeah. Anything for you, Will.
No, so don't worry, honestly.
Solid in defence. And that's sometimes a good a feeling as playing a big shot.
Yeah,
That on
absolutely.
wickets like this, that your feet are moving, you've committed.
Yeah.
That's hit right in the middle of the bat. And Colin Ackerman, who has probably, will admit, hasn't scored the volume of runs that he will have wanted, is coming back from a finger injury. Probably not the pitch you want to be with a bit of up and down bounce. Not having a finger injury is not a great idea on this pitch. However, he's 30 off 77 with just the one boundary, so there's been a lot of manipulation of the ball and a lot of hard work in this innings.
It's been a brilliant inning so far, and it comes back to my point earlier, Thorpe, about sometimes in certain conditions, certain games, your score's worth double, and I feel like Ackers' innings so far is very much one of them.
I've never seen Ben pick the ball up as much. I mean, I haven't seen him bat for Durham for a long time, but he's played the ball really late in the first innings a few times, right under his feet, and he's gone and picked it up. I bet he wouldn't be doing that if it was the Aussies. Kicking it away or standing on it.
Find out in a few months.
Yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait. I'm surprised he still talks to me at times. Ben Allison bowled beautifully in the first innings. And this is clipped away nicely by Stokes. Just settling, just building into his innings. He's on 4 now. Like I say, just important that little partnerships, and it might just be a partnership of 20 or 30. That is the difference in this game.
8 overs left as well, so getting again.
Yeah, identifying those moments as we talked about earlier. Batting conditions probably as good as they've been since the resumption of play.
Yeah, certainly a bit brighter, isn't it? The clouds have lifted slightly.
A little bit brighter. That ball's probably a little bit older, a little bit softer now. 40 overs. Ackerman again with lovely footwork. Transfers his weight nicely into the ball. Just going to have a look. And how long did we bat for in the first innings? Batted for 48 and a half overs in the first innings. Worcestershire managed 33 in their first innings, and Durham now sitting in the 41st over. So Durham will definitely look to try and bat longer in the second innings they did the first, and that will make it a really tough task, I feel, for Worcestershire, having to, as Will said there, scoring the largest total of the game to win it. This is tucked away nicely by Ackerman, timed well. They'll pick up at least 2, and I think Ackerman will come back for 3, and he will. It's excellent running between the pair. Ackerman continuing to build this innings, moves on to 33. Score moves on to 119 now for 7. And that lead pushing the 200 mark. Not a sight that Worcestershire will want to see on that scoreboard.
So that's the exciting thing for Durham's batters now, is they can start seeing little landmarks. Do you know what I mean? So the first one would have been make them get the biggest score of the game. Next one now is like, right, can you get it above 200? And it just gives you those small targets as a
Stokes cops one hopefully higher than where I thought it was originally. Maybe right in the very low stomach, although he is down, indicating it might have been a little bit lower than that. Call for the magic sponge. He's down. Worst thing in the world, isn't it? Everybody else thinks it's brilliant, finds it so funny, and you're down on the floor. As Parky runs out with the magic sponge. What was it that Bumble said? Keep the swelling, lose the pain.
He's up and about, he's fine.
Yeah, mate, he'll not be down for long.
That's another thing I'm good at. If any of the lads are listening to me here, I'm going to get so much jip when I get back into the change room. But the other thing I'd say about Stokes is that he is one of the toughest blokes I've ever met. Like, I threw him a couple of years ago. Remember when he was coming back from his finger operation?
Yep.
I think one of them.
The claw. He's got a couple of couple of claws, hasn't he?
One.
The left-hand one. That was horrible.
He had the camera crew following him, so it was when he was doing his
I think I saw it.
So
I was there.
you know, so for those people at home who have played the game, you'll know exactly what I mean when I say this. If you haven't, bear with me. But if you catch the ball on the toe of the bat, it sends like a shock
Huge
through the bat
vibrations
into your hands, and it hurts a little bit, not that much, but a little bit. You'll see batters pulling their hand off. They all. Well, every time I threw a ball for Stokesy in that 3 or 4 week period that was too full and it looked like it was going to hit the toe of the bat, he was in agony. As in agony, you're talking about a serious finger operation, still quite fresh. And I've never ever been so nervous throwing a cricket ball, because you had his Red Bull camera crew. Oh, am I allowed to say that? His camera crew with him.
You already did.
It's Ben
too late.
Stokes. Yeah, I already have. Sorry.
Other energy drinks are available.
It's Ben Stokes, camera crew.
Yeah.
Had he been given the Test captaincy at that point? I think it was just before.
I was going to say, I think it was earlier than that.
And I just knew if I missed my length by a yard and hit anywhere near the toe of the bat, this poor bloke was in absolute agony. So yeah, fun times.
So his old man, who's no longer with us, unfortunately. I'll come to that in a moment. That's where it comes in. This is pushed away again, and Ackerman just settles for the single. So he had a finger injury also. He was a professional rugby league player, Ben's dad.
Yeah.
They told him that it was probably going to end his career. So this will tell you the psyche of the family. He just chopped the finger off.
Yeah.
So if you see Ben celebrate with his ring finger bent down, I'm showing the guys in here. Obviously, that's really helpful to everybody watching on the stream. But he'll tuck his ring finger down against the palm of his hand and acknowledge his 100. That's for his dad, who passed away a couple of years ago. And the reason he does that is his dad wanted to continue playing rugby league. So he decided to amputate half of his finger. Just indicates the toughness of the Stokes family. A couple of fiery redheads. What were you pointing at there, mate, on the monitor? What are you having a look at?
I don't think they're really coming to the game, because spinners aren't going to come to the game. But yeah, it's just interesting. I think it's Allison coming round the wicket from that far end. His follow through is very, very tight.
It is tight.
If there was a right arm, I just wonder whether or not. I don't think he'll get into the game. They've got Verdi somewhere. I just wonder if they
might be worth a try. I just also think with this ball darting around and Amar Verdi comes on, I think I know what the Durham batsmen are going to do.
Yeah, he won't come on. I've just noticed it there on the screen.
Yeah,
they're very tight. I mean, that first one must be quite close to the danger zone.
Yeah, it is right on it. It's a shame we haven't got Richie Bino or Telestrator or something like that to go around it. But yeah.
That's old school.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Mate, love it. Get the old circles on. Then have to rub them out because you've put them in the wrong spot and the camera moves. Stokes just squared up. A little bit fed up there with the way that he's played that one. A bit frustrated with himself. And he's one, if Bellingham had played that, he would have got probably a little shrug of the shoulders, and you would never known, but that shows the difference in the emotion of the two players.
Exactly right, and that's where you've got to know your individuals. You know, as a coach, you've got to know what makes them tick. We've seen sometimes that emotion has brought out from Ben Stokes. That emotion has brought out some of the greatest moments in cricketing history, right? So that's how sometimes you just got to know your players a little bit.
And it sees him walk down the wicket to the next ball, but it's solid in defence. He gets a bit of a thick outside edge, but will pick up another run. That scoreboard continues to tick over. Durham now 121 for 7, leading by 199. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he broke my heart a couple of times, being an Aussie. That Headingley one was absolutely ridiculous, and that is probably one of the greatest moments in Test cricket, especially in English cricket. That partnership with Jack Leach,
Yeah.
absolutely outstanding.
I had a wonderful time watching that.
I'm pleased you did, mate.
I'm a Newcastle United season ticket holder, and we were down at Spurs that afternoon. It was a bank holiday, sunshine, it was beautiful, and it was just timed perfectly.
As is that. Actually, it's not timed as well as you thought. Look, I thought I was going to race away. Could have been perfect timing, but they're going to get an overthrow. So it was good shape there from Stokes, and that probably was one of the ones that came a little bit off the toe of the batters Giddo was talking about.
I had the same words in my head, Ash, but I thought I'd just wait and just
Yeah,
see where
yeah.
that shot
I
actually went.
jumped
You
straight
went,
in.
you went
Yeah,
too early.
2 foot. It'd been a red card this morning.
It was glorious. We watched Stokes and Leach on the big screens. At it was the first visit to the Tottenham Stadium, and he finished. It was a 4:30 kickoff, and Stokes finished it off about 4:10. And Joe Linton, in his days where he wasn't very good, scored the only goal in a 1-0 win. It was a glorious afternoon.
And that's hooked away, and it's 6. Goes all the way straight over the fielder at fine leg. I was a little bit nervous there as Stokes got into that one, as I thought Will Gidman's heart just leapt out of his chest.
I didn't pick it up, and it's the same with all the pull shots so far. I've not picked them up.
I expect young Harry Darley, who's on as a subfielder, might have had his heart jumping out of his chest there for a second as well.
It's a big moment. He's got a couple of friends behind him, a couple of the coaching staff. I think it's Dolivera and Kadir Ali down there.
Yeah,
But it's the use of that short ball again, isn't it?
They've used it quite well, haven't they?
Yeah,
They've got a
used
couple of
it
wickets
quite
out
well,
of it,
yeah.
and nearly got a third there with Stokes hooking that one away for 6. Stokes again solid in defence. Just wondering if that might have triggered just something in Stokes, just to go, right, here we go, you and me, because he does love that individual battle.
Well, he'll love this scenario in the game as well. He'll love the fact that this game.
This is replicating his Test match cricket.
Yeah,
isn't it?
okay. You would, if you were neutral now, you'd have to say that it's in Durham's favour, but you'd still nowhere say that this is done and dusted. This
not
game's
at all.
very much still in the balance. But I think that's where you get the best Ben Stokes.
Yeah, pushing nicely. Yeah, 207 now the lead for Durham. Stokes into double figures with that 6. Which made us all just a little bit nervous. It's quite tough to pick it up here. That hook shot went straight into the gloom and into the trees. And carried pretty quickly down to fine leg. I went on the reaction to fine leg, actually. I was just looking to see. And as soon as he put his hands up, I knew it had cleared him. Not a long boundary down there. Oh, that's a good ball, and Stokes tries to run that to third man and probably be again annoyed at himself. He just rehearses that. 2 slips in a gully in place. Guess you beat the gully man, you probably get 4 there, but it's that risk and reward that has been around for the full first 2 days that we've played. Do you just go into your shell, and is there that one with your name on it? Do you try and keep that scoreboard ticking over and moving the game forward in your favour? Stokes does push this away, and he races off for the first one, and is in no doubt that he's coming back for 2 and will get there comfortably.
So
Great running from both of them.
Yeah, but if you watch Stokes there, so for any youngsters who might be watching this right now, just look at his awareness. The second he hits this ball, he's so aware of where the fielders are. He knows where he's looking to hit the ball, and then he knows how well he's executed the shot that he's wanted to play straight away. And you look at his reaction. For a lot of players, it would be play the shot, have a moment to think about what's just happened, then look up and then react. Stokes,
It was 2 from the moment it left the bat,
straight
wasn't it?
away
Yeah.
he was off, and it's just that's the batsmanship that really really great players have. Again, really hope the lads aren't listening to this in the dressing room, otherwise I get so much.
From my experience,
Climb out, mate, will you?
from my experience on live streams, most players have usually got fed up with the commentators after about an hour and turned it off onto mute. So you're probably all right. Ash and I have
Only
bored
when it's
them.
Yeah,
there.
we'll have put them to sleep by the time you come on, mate. See Taylor back into the attack from the Finkel end. Ball well and got that ball to swing, and that's driven beautifully down the ground slightly over pitching and driven and put away by Ackerman. Stokes and Ackerman know that this is a big part of the game, this partnership. A big fist bump from the pair of them. That puts the lead to 213. Durham 135 now for 7. Ackerman on to 38. Moving nicely into the ball, Will.
Yeah, he's played very well, really well. His commitment into his front foot shots especially have been brilliant. Had a little bit of luck at that edge earlier, for example, it didn't carry and stuff. But his weight transfer, especially going forward, has been, and again there, just exceptional. He's hit extra cover a lot. I would say he's kept extra cover busy.
Yeah. Yeah, and that might be an indication that this pitch is what it is, and that he doesn't feel that he can fully probably commit his hands to that shot where he'd be looking to manipulate that ball either to covers left or right. That he's actually just quite happy to make good contact and hope that he's hitting a gap rather than
absolutely
that clarity on a good pitch.
If you get too clever with this pitch, then you'll come unstuck. I think he's just looking to execute the basics, and he's doing that really well so far.
As he does again, in a really solid forward defence out into the covers. Just seeing a replay of that straight drive, absolutely glorious from Ackerman.
You mentioned earlier about Ackers, and you touched on potentially not quite getting the runs that he would have wanted.
Yeah.
And you might be right, but his contribution to us as a group has been lovely. He's so good. He's a very calm guy, very, very relaxed, which, as you know, with a typical Durham dressing room, isn't always.
There's a good mix of characters in there,
and sometimes you need those characters just to provide that calming influence. Back in my day, we had Divenuto, and he's. I'm trying to think, Callum Thorpe, guys like this. So lovely characters that kind of balanced out the jokes and the laughs that you might get from your Ben Rains and your
Colonels and
and your Colonels back in the day and all that. So he's been a huge success, and I'm sure, I've got absolutely no doubt, the runs more runs will come, because he's had some really valuable contributions.
He's a good player.
This being one of them. And he's only going to get better and better for Durham as he gets more comfortable with life in the northeast.
He had a lovely chat with us actually on the stream. I think it was the T20 game. He's itching to get back into that format as well. He's disappointed that he's missed out with his finger injury. As Taylor comes in again. And that is an edge. He's just played a little bit away from his body, and I am blaming nobody else but Will Gidman for that now. He has, to be fair, it's a good innings, and he has played a little bit away from his body, and he's got an edge through. And I think Roderick's wrestled that one a little bit as it's gone through to the keeper at chest high. But that's an important breakthrough for Worcestershire as these two started to look comfortable. 137 now for 8 on the board. Durham lead by 215, but they just have the 2 wickets in hand. Ackerman goes for 40. Caught Roderick, bowled Taylor.
Am I right in thinking you played a bit of cricket with Gareth Roderick?
Yeah. I played with Rodders at Gloucester. Played
Decent.
2 years with him.
Decent keeper. Is it right that someone was telling me that his fingers are in a real mess even for a keeper?
Yeah. They're in a real mess. He's had some bad finger injuries. I won't be brave enough to say why that might be, but he's had his fair share of broken fingers.
He's a decent keeper. Good signing for Worcestershire actually a couple of years ago.
Important that Durham get some runs out of their last 2 wickets here and just push that psychological barrier even further for Worcestershire to make them feel like they can get that lead up towards 230, 240 now. That almost you feel that that's almost impossible on this surface. Buster leader batting at number 10. And yeah, sorry, I was just saying about Ackerman there. He's got a busy winter coming up there. He's expecting twins.
Is he?
Yeah.
During
late August. No, it's his second. Will be second and third.
Okay, so at least it's not
so yeah, he's got kind of a little warning as to what's coming, but yeah, not the full hurricane force of a youngster plus twins.
But so this is what I mean with certain players when they make a move from one county to another. You've got to allow them that little bit of time to get comfortable in your surroundings. Brand new club. I imagine quite different to what he might have experienced in his previous club at Leicester. Expecting twins, trying to settle into a new home, making sure his wife is happy in a new area and stuff like that. It's not always, you know, black and white. So, and as I say, he's been a fantastic influence for us off the field. And as I say, he's only going to get stronger and stronger on the field.
I feel he's a huge miss in that T20 side, just with the balance as well. With his, it might be a couple of overs of off spin, or he's one of those that can definitely clear the ropes when he's going as well. And he's going to offer a huge amount to Durham's white ball push to try and get into the quarterfinals for the Vitality Blast.
Yeah, you're right. He gives us a really nice balance in that T20 team.
Allison around the wicket to Stokes, who clips this away nicely. Just wide of mid-on. He'll get at least one, and that's actually a really good bit of fielding to prevent the second run. Out there. Is that Libby out there? Yeah, he's excellent fielder. He's been an absolute live wire, hasn't he, over the first 2 days?
Yeah. It's that ability that when you go down, when you slide for a ball like that on one knee, it's that ability to then get straight back up,
pop up
and
get rid.
Throw off the leg that you've pushed up off. A lot. You'll see a lot of players there. They'll do
like
that.
The hop.
And then they'll get up. Then they'll generate a little bit of momentum with an extra step. But you see certain fielders. I used to play with a guy called Chris Dent, who was unbelievable at it. He was just down, up, and in. And it just makes just puts that doubt into the batter's mind to come back for the second.
Nicely defended there by Adelaide. Really handy all-rounder. Durham didn't bowl in the first innings, not required. I bet he'd have been actually chomping at the bit to get a ball on that surface. It really suits his style. Bustling in and getting a bit of shape and a bit of nip off the pitch. Good man to have up your sleeve, but the likes of Potts, Rain and Siddle.
Nobody else?
Nah, nobody else. Nobody else. That's it. No one.
He's had his airtime for the...
He's had too much. He's had too much, mate.
Has he?
He's,
I
tell you what, he's
Bastilleda's a good bowler, mate.
much better than the other bloke. The other bloke has come in, and I've got the stats off Graham, actually, for the county championship. And you talk about Potts and Rain, and the other guy, I think Stone or something he's called, Ben Stone, averaging 16.4 with the ball in his couple of games. Siddle is averaging 17, so you can see the influence that they've had in their couple of games into this Durham attack. And that, I guess, that probably even Potts probably didn't get the great start, but when you know that you can charge in and you've got somebody coming like a Siddle or a Ben Stokes coming in at first and second change, that just takes the pressure off you a little bit as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Siddle's such a good signing. Always bowling fit.
That's a good leave.
Yeah, he's been excellent, because obviously there was naturally some disappointment when Scotty Boland got injured so early, and we were obviously very excited to have him and things. But then to bring in someone like Peter Siddle, it's like, oh, well, that's okay then.
He's all right.
And again, just an amazing influence off the field as well. So it's like creates a great atmosphere. Again, very calm. He's seen it all. There's nothing he hasn't seen. It's like no worries. Even for the T20s, actually, I know he's not been involved in the playing 13 or 14, but he comes and watches all the time. And again, he's just to be around the lads. And he just helps create a fantastic atmosphere around the place.
I think he takes a similar role to yourself. Does he work with the Victoria second 11? I think back home.
He's definitely getting into coaching.
Yeah.
Specifically, I'm not sure what he does. But
I'm sure he's been in that role.
We spoke when he first came over that if he ever wanted to come and help me out with the second team, he'd always be more than welcome.
Wow.
So he's definitely getting into. He wants to get into coaching. And yeah, actually, do you know what? Yeah, you're right. It is the second team he helps out with when he's not playing.
Great asset to have. Just going to have a look. Check something real quick on the old summary.
He was basically off doing the Tour de France on his own, wasn't he, the last couple of weeks?
He loves it. He's up there watching it now, yeah. He loves his recycling, yeah.
Don't mind a cycle yourself, William?
Yeah, I like my cycling. Yeah,
You've been
not
out
so
with him?
keen as to watch every minute of the Tour de France. but,
Oh, it's gone really dark, and I don't know if somebody in the room next to us has maybe switched the light on or something like that, but it seems to have got darker in the last few minutes. There's only 3 overs remaining in the day. It wasn't us, was it? We didn't move.
I think Ben Stokes took umbrage at you saying you didn't watch the whole of the Tour de France, actually. I don't think he was that pleased with that comment.
He might have been pointing at me about his not mentioning his bowling. But yeah, definitely something disturbed him. But it is really dark now, and I'm surprised that the lights aren't on, if I'm totally honest with you.
How quickly can they be turned on? That's the only way.
no, the lights won't come back.
Because it's not. If they're not instant, then perhaps they've gone. Well, there's no point.
It only takes them probably about a minute or two
Oh,
to
okay, so
warm
it's
up.
not-
So
okay.
it's not as if like the old tool where you had to
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of go bulb by bulb. They kind of they can come up pretty quickly. But if from our position here, those lights opposite us look very, very bright indeed.
Yeah, it's a tricky one now for the umpires. This is where, because they could very easily say, "Oh, there's only 2.5 overs left." You know, we'll just.
Stokes is
We'll
not
just
worried
see it
about the
through,
light as
yeah.
he pulls that one away down to deep square. Bit different, I think, when you've been in for a while. For a new batter to come in into these conditions is really tough. And I think this is already a tough pitch to bat on and a tough period for Buster Leader to try and negotiate to get through the stumps and leave Durham with still 2 wickets remaining going into day 3. We weren't sure after last night if we were going to have a day 3, the way that the match was moving forward, but the weather has definitely helped push this game into a 3rd day. As Taylor comes in, and Delaney really solid in defence. Nicely played. Let the ball come right to him. Played it under his eyes.
You're off on holiday, aren't you? When did you go?
Holiday, I'm working, mate.
Oh, at Barcelona and Desert Springs.
Yes. Yes.
Sort of holiday then.
No, it'll be work.
Look how aggressive he looks.
I am aggressive.
He didn't like that, did he?
I didn't. I'll be working extremely hard looking after 27 lunatics.
That does sound like hard work, in fairness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Thanks. That's the reaction I was looking for. I'm not on my own, to be fair, but Delaney drives nicely, but can't beat cover. But yeah, I've got 27 cricketers going out to have an experience, a cultural week, I think they call it, in Barcelona, where they get to go to Barcelona University and do a bit of sightseeing.
Are you
And
playing any games?
yeah, we nipped down to Desert Springs for the last week to play some games down there.
Who are you playing against?
out there?
That's a great question.
And the answer?
It's at least Granada Cricket Club is one of
nice.
them.
Is cricket in Spain developing?
It is growing. I mean, we've got one of our own that plays for
Yeah.
Spain. He's a Spanish international, Sebastian Hughes Pinan.
He's going out there to play later on this summer.
He is indeed. Left arm spinner, part of the academy, and would have played for you last week down at Nottingham.
Yeah, he's one I'm excited about. He's going to be a great bowler.
Very, very clever human being.
Oh, well, that's it. If we don't lose him to
Yeah, to NASA or somewhere like
Somewhere
that. He'll be off to Cambridge.
Like an
MI6
Ansari
or
character.
whatever it might be.
Right. one of
Yeah.
those.
Yeah, clever. I think he did his end of study on the Duckworth Lewis Stern method, and he's trying to come up with a better one. He's that kind of intellectually inclined.
Right.
He's a great lad.
John told me a funny story about it. There was once he was doing in an exam. Sorry, let's start again. He was doing an exam, and the way he answered the question, one of the questions, was by telling them that they've got the question wrong.
However, they'll answer it the way
Yeah.
that you want it to be answered. And that is the kind of lad that he is. He's a
Oh,
brilliant lad.
interesting. How old's
So-
this lad?
He's just turned 18.
Okay.
Yeah, so he plays at my club at Chesley Street. I'll tell you, that might put them off as well. There's a prom going on over in the Jeff Cook suite, and there's lights flashing left, right and centre in there as photos are getting taken. Just 2 overs remaining in the day. But yeah, he'll sit and I've got lads that'll watch horse racing. I've got lads that are checking every score on play cricket from around the grounds, and such is 6 down, blah blah blah. Seb's off. He's got his head in a book or he's studying. It's brilliant, the mix of characters that you get in club cricket, especially. I've got one of them who's, I know much better than you because I can work out the odds on a horse race at such and such, and Stokes clips this away nicely, and that'll bring him 4 runs as that races away up towards Lumley Castle. Slightly over pitch there from Allison at the leg stump. The England captain punishes that one. 4 more to the total. With now into the last 2 overs of the day. Glorious shot from Stokes. And that shot has now just changed the field. They've got a mid-wicket, so they've taken a catcher out and now have a slip in a gully in place and a man in mid-wicket. So he just clips this one a little bit square and gets off strike. Picks up another run.
It's interesting, they seem to have gone away from the short ball stuff more recently because...
Maybe the light?
Well, yeah, but you could look at the Stokes shot earlier, the pull shot that went for 6. Now you could look at that one of 2 ways. As a fielding team, you could think, I'll tell you what, we've nearly got him out there, let's keep going for it. Or you could look at it and think, well, we could keep going for it, but if he gets away with
real quickly
with the scoreboard where it is...
You saw it in one of the Ashes tests, didn't you? Where he
get away from us.
I think it was the one at Lords, wasn't it, with the Bairstow controversy where they started to bounce him and he just started launching it into the stands, and all of a sudden the Aussies looked up and there were 40 runs closer within a couple of overs.
Yeah. It's that balancing act of...
And he's hitting with the wind there as well, isn't he? To probably the shorter side with the wind. So, yeah, interesting stuff. 9 balls left in the day. 144 for 8 on the board. Durham lead by 2-2-2. 2-2-2 with 2 wickets remaining. Delayed solid in defence. Durham boys be happy with it where this is sat right now, Will?
Yeah. Yeah, as I say.
I don't want to get too much and say that Durham's 100% going to win the game.
Well,
but
you'll never be sure with it.
Absolutely.
Like that. And you know what? I don't know what the forecast is tomorrow. It could be absolutely cracking the flags, and it could be a different.
I doubt it.
Different. So you never.
Might be in Barcelona.
So who's filling in for you then?
It's an excellent question.
It's twice in 2 minutes. I've caught you
done me. I don't know.
It's a good
Sam,
question.
who's
A fellow Australian.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I should pay more attention to the rota.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I looked at the first 2 days and realised I was away. So my care left after day 2.
Oh, that's the holiday mentality you've got there.
It is 100%. 100%.
We could do our post-match now, actually. I could just film you and we wouldn't have to walk out there in the cold.
Oh, good delivery. Delayed it, just being drawn into one. I think Allison does that. Bowl's a little bit like we've talked about yesterday, beyond the perpendicular, just draws you into playing a ball that you probably wouldn't want to. Bit Ben Stokes like getting the shape away from that release point. But Delayed survives. Durham 1 over away from having 2 wickets remaining tomorrow with a lead of 222.
It's Ben Fitzpatrick is in tomorrow. No one can adequately fill in for you, though, naturally.
It's true. It's true. I'm going to miss it, actually. I absolutely love doing the streams. T20s have gone really well.
How long's the trip?
12 days. 12 days. I'll be back for... This is how I measure this trip. I'm back for the Northants game.
Is that the Sunday?
On the Sunday, yeah.
Nice, okay.
Yeah.
Where's that gone?
Stokes absolutely nails that behind square for 4. So he's having a go at his fielder there. I mean, we found that difficult to pick up.
No
Kashif Ali, I don't think would have stopped that anyway if he's picked that up. But in this light, Ben Stokes has absolutely hammered that away for 4. Taylor, a little bit grumpy as he throws his arms up again. I don't think Kashif Ali will really care what he's saying there. He's like, mate, you bowl it short, he's whacked it. There's not much I can do about that. He's looking straight out of a gloomy sky and a blue stand behind him. Oh, that's kept low. And that is the breakthrough that Worcestershire desperately wanted before stumps. They wanted Stokes out. And the stumps have been demolished, and Taylor gets his reward. So Durham will go into day 3 with a 226 run lead with just the 1 wicket remaining. And Stokes is not happy with maybe something that's been said by the bowler.
Is it that they can play? Can they play extra time with 9 down? Can they extend the day? Is that what the umpires are coming together?
There's a word
no,
here.
they are wandering off. Okay.
Stokes is just having a word with the bowler. He's not particularly bothered about what the umpires had to say, but he's not. I don't think he's particularly impressed. Maybe he got a little bit of a send-off there, and I think Stokes is saying, "Mate, that's kind of rolled along the floor, and you've knocked me over. Well done." Probably not words that kind, if I know Ben. But he'll be really disappointed to go there. The fighter that he is, he'll have really wanted to see the day out, and that's a huge wicket. He goes bowled for 26 by Taylor, who picks up his 4th. He has 4 for 46. He's bowled well this afternoon, swung the ball around. And this game, although it is, you would definitely say it's in the favour of Durham, is still in the balance. 226. Worcestershire will be looking at that going, right, we're not out of this as of yet. So a lot of work for Durham to do on day 3. Will, huge thanks for joining us, mate. It's been a brilliant chat, and hopefully our viewers and listeners have enjoyed your company as much as I have. And Sam, mate, thanks for the first couple of days. I'll disappear and leave the game in your capable hands.
Thank you, mate.
With Durham in the search of victory with a current lead of 226 going into day 3. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in.